Okay, I'd ask everyone to please take your seats. We'll get started. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the GEM conference. Welcome to the University of Zagreb, the Faculty of Engineering. We will have now, I'd like to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering. They are our hosts, obviously, for this conference, Professor Damjanovic, who will come and just give a few words of institutional welcome on behalf of the university.
Thank you very much, Helen. It is my great pleasure to have this opportunity to welcome you on the behalf of the Faculty of Civil Engineering at the University of Zagreb. I would like to thank the organizers for choosing Zagreb as the host city for this conference. We are really honored to welcome leading experts and researchers from around the world to our faculty and to our city. I will say a few words about the earthquakes that happened in Croatia in 2020. They really shook our country. We had an earthquake in March of 2020 in Zagreb, and we had even bigger earthquake in December of 2020 in Petrinja. Both of these earthquakes caused immense damage, but they also brought us together, I can say, in remarkable act of solidarity. After those earthquakes in Petrinja and Zagreb, the institutional framework and emergency response mechanisms were not fully prepared to handle a crisis of such magnitude. At that moment, I'm proud to say that civil engineers took the initiative and stepped forward to support the response efforts. Engineers from all parts of Croatia gathered around the Faculty of Civil Engineering to help their fellow citizens. Even though the COVID pandemic had just begun, they carried out rapid post-earthquake assessments of more than 25,000 buildings after Zagreb earthquake and more than 50,000 buildings after Petrinja earthquake. This spirit of cooperation continued in the years that followed. Experts in earthquake engineering from Croatia and abroad shared their knowledge through online lectures, workshops, and training programs organized by the Croatian Center for Earthquake Engineering. That provided valuable opportunities for Croatian professionals to expand their knowledge. I think it is fair to say that significant progress has been achieved in Croatia over the past 5 to 6 years. In many ways, the earthquakes forced us to rapidly refine existing approaches and build stronger professional and scientific capacities. Progress has also been made in assessing earthquake risk. More attention is now focused on identifying seismic hazards and understanding the possible effects of earthquakes on society and economy. Equally important is the fact that public awareness has increased considerably. Today, there is a much greater understanding that we live in a seismically active region and that earthquake risk is a reality that must be addressed proactively. Croatia has also made progress in the reconstruction of earthquake-damaged buildings. Nearly 5 billion euros have been invested in this effort. The building in which we are gathered today is one of the facilities that underwent comprehensive reconstruction. In addition to structural strengthening, the renovation enhanced environmental performance, occupational safety standards, and fire protection measures. Although we have made progress since the earthquakes, we know that many challenges remain. Improving the resilience of our buildings, gaining a better understanding of seismic risk, and being better prepared for future events are long-term goals that require continuous effort and international cooperation. That is why we see this conference in Zagreb as an excellent opportunity to work with leading experts, share experiences, and strengthen our knowledge. I would also like to take this opportunity to invite you to Croatia once more in the March of the next year for the 4th Croatian Conference on earthquake engineering, which will be held in the beautiful city of Opatija. Finally, I would like to thank the organizers, especially Helen, for their hard work in making this conference possible. I wish you all a successful conference, and I'm sure that it will provide interesting presentations, stimulating discussions, and opportunities for knowledge exchange. I also hope that you will enjoy your stay in Zagreb and experience its history, culture, and hospitality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Tomljanovic. So now I'll pass it over to Professor Atalic, or as we know him, Josip. He's a good friend of GEM, and I think he's going to tell us a little bit more about why we're having the conference here in Zagreb. Let me just change the slides.
After this serious speech, once again, welcome to Croatia, to Zagreb. We are so happy to have you here, and I have to apologize for a few of those who are not with us because visa problems. Sorry, we have famous Croatian administration, but we are even more famous about improvisation, what Domagoj said before, after 2020 earthquake, but we didn't manage to improvise all and save all about visas. We are also famous about football. We're always in world champs the last 2 years. And I have to warn you, we are playing tomorrow. And if you're not, we are wearing these white and red squares, I'm not guaranteeing for your visas tomorrow. Especially guys from England. Do you have some from Panama or Ghana here? No? Okay. If you feel some shaking tomorrow night or morning between 1 a.m. or 3 a.m., it's probably we scored or you felt a small earthquake. Like Domagoj said, you are probably placed in old city when this earthquake, Zagreb 2020 earthquake struck. You are probably in a very old building, but you are from GEM. I totally believe that you checked, you made risk analysis about the building where you are placing it. Okay. The Zagreb earthquake really defined us, and last 6 years we even implemented in our logo. And last 6 years we are doing really great stuff, and I will talk a little about that, about all problem we experienced. Helen gave me this task probably because she listened to my presentation in January. This is real title of presentation. I had half hour to explain what is our Center of Earthquake Engineering, but I never succeed. That's why I try some different Croatian style approach, directly, schematically. I will try to be salame between two serious guys, Helen and our dean. Earthquake 2020 really rolled the snowball, and I'm from mountain part of Croatia. And we tried to gather whatever we had in Croatia. These are, from right side, our logos, science. We tried to stop this snowball with science. For faculties of civil engineering, we have 4 of them in all Croatia, Zagreb, Split, Rijeka, and Osijek. In continue, we try to connect architectural faculty, faculty of science, geodesy, geological, and all other institutions in Croatia try to stop this snowball. Also associations. We have a little bit older association of earthquake engineering, geotechnical association, association of engineers in Croatia. And we try everybody to make the stand because regard to the threat that we encountered there. Then, also chambers, they are most powerful, our partners. All chambers civil engineer, architectural, mechanical, geodesy, electrical, all chambers we gather together, and especially experts. There are 20 to 30, 50 experts, real experts in Croatia, and all the system rely on them, and 1,700 engineers, what Domagoj said, who were on the field on that period. Of course, we have to mention, without them, we couldn't even exist, our ministries, Ministry of Construction, Ministry of Science, and especially Ministry of, Civil Protection Directorate, Ministry of, I don't know how to say. But this is the system. Like I said before, we have 4 representatives of ministries here, and this is the system. We try to connect, make a platform, and make a playground for everybody who want to make benefit for Croatia, because we are exposed to a real threat, and we didn't have any center or any institution to deal with the problem. And regard to that, what Domagoj said, we established 2 branches of our Earthquake Engineering Center. One is here, like a department on faculty, dealing mostly with the science. And another one is like intervention service, NGO, who is trying to gather everybody in Croatia. But we are not stopped. We are trying to make some other, like institute and some other parts to build up this platform. Okay, I will start with intervention service. Previous slide, a little bit different. You can see here interpretation what I really did. We are trying to say it's a mountain ice cream, but some of you maybe think different. It depends of mindset, sorry. And we have 15 employees here trying to deal this lot of stuff to solve. I will be short. First of all, lot of administration. It's a bottom layer. The projects, GIS, of course. GIS on the right side, it's covered most of the layers. This layer is regard to we are dealing with national strategic projects. One of them is to establish ourselves all around the Croatia. This middle part is something what we try to develop, like a critical infrastructure, some laws regard to our activities and something like that. We are implemented all strategic problems, plans on national level. Identity part, identity layer, what Domagoj said. We made damage assessment after earthquake, after fire. Maybe you encountered this building who is demolishing down the street. Education, exercises, national structural engineering team, and especially education. Education is something what we are dealing from 2020 all the time. 2 flagships are risk assessment and seismic certificate. That was our main goals these days. Okay, that's why we are here. One of the reasons. You can see around a lot of the heads, and these 700 people who we try to engage to help to build up everything. And lots of firms, and one of them is GEM, of course, especially regard this seismic risk. This flying stuff is coming from the branch of the faculty. Professors like to produce activities a little bit different, scattered like silos. But you can see our activities and all together are gathered in one national research project. These are many of them. I will just point out a few of them. We are still collaborating with the government to deal with this database of structures. We are trying to define methodology about seismic certificate. We are trying to connect all these interventions, activities, try to develop with different app, VR, drone, and so on. This risk assessment, trying to participate, the effort, the GEM, and we made one big national pilot project regard to the Zagreb about the risk assessment, earthquake risk assessment. Maybe Domagoj mentioned we organize 3 it's coming fourth conference webpage, and try to connect all educations somehow on one platform with the books, with the museum, with everything. We try to develop some kind of instruments, and last month we signed very huge project related directly with these city blocks aggregates in downtown in cooperation with EPFL. And if I have to mention the guys, friends who helped Helen after 2020 earthquake with so many contacts who helped us to build up everything. Victor Erele to this seismic risk project. Helen and Victor like keynotes, and we have Victor in advisory committee of our center. And you can find all of this activity you can find on our webpage. And there are so many of things. I have to mention 5 to 7 infos in newsletter every week. What's going on regard to earthquake engineering in Croatia. And all other questions about our center you can ask here on, you can see here our marks. They are on Croatian, of course, but you can ask all questions what I'm saying. This is, you can see some familiar faces from this news, what we are having. We signed a contract with the GEM. Why? Because they are positively crazy, like us, open and friends. And that's when we sum up everything, what I'm talking about, Croatian Center of Earthquake Engineering, everything is about the people, everything. We don't have huge infrastructures, but we have very positive people. And like, I will start with families, what we are all having, all suffering during when we are doing all this job. But my mother liked to say, she was professor of physics. She said, if you want to catch the people, what you say, you have to say stupid things. I hope I catch your attention today. Inside our center, inside the faculty, everything is related by the people, by connections, by cooperation, and also with GEM, also with ministries, where we are trying to implement all the knowledge, and finally practitioners, what we are waiting all of what we will do on the end. And on the end, people are just people. That's my final thought, and I'm looking forward to see you here. And once warning for the last squares tomorrow, faculty will be closed. We are so happy to have you here once again and have a successful conference.
Thanks, Josip. I think I can confirm that you caught our attention. And maybe I seem serious. I think I'm just a little bit nervous this morning, but Josip knows that I'm not really serious all the time. So let's get started with the GEM conference. Let me thank again our hosts here at the University of Zagreb, Faculty of Civil Engineering. Thank the Croatian Center for Earthquake Engineering. Thank GEM partners and sponsors and governing board, all of the people that have come here to present oral presentations, posters, live demos. And most of all, thank you for coming here from really all over the world. We have 40 different countries that are represented here today at the GEM conference. And we have a very varied community. The GEM community is very varied. We have public and private organizations. We have lots of early career researchers here presenting their work. We have seismologists, engineers, people working in governments, civil protection agencies. It really does embody, I think, the GEM community, the people that we have here with us today. You've seen the agenda, I think, on the website. There's a QR code there you can scan. That will take you to the events page of the GEM website. You can download the PDF. It might be a little bit difficult to see on your mobile, so let me just give you a brief overview of what's happening. So we're here in the auditorium today. We're here all day. This is the GEM release. This is GEM Focus Day. we will be presenting to you the new global products that we've produced. We'll have a keynote later from Luis Mischka, and then we have a series of Ignite presentations at the end of the day to talk about what's happening the next 2 days. You must go in the coffee breaks outside, where we'll have live demos and posters from our PhD students today. Tomorrow, if you're more interested in exposure, vulnerability, risk, this is the room that you want to be in. If instead you're more a hazard modeler, you want to learn about the national seismic hazard modeling initiatives, then there's a small council room. You can find the directions, and there'll be a workshop going on in parallel to the sessions here. And again, we will have more posters and more live demos during the coffee breaks. We've made the coffee breaks quite long, at least 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the afternoon, just to give enough time for you to both network, but also have a look at all of the great contributions that have been brought here today. The last day in this room, again, it will be more impact assessment scenarios, looking at cascading hazards as well, and the seismic hazard workshop will continue. Just a few words of housekeeping, usual practical housekeeping, just code of conduct. We obviously want this conference to be very welcoming, inclusive, so we ask you to be considerate and respectful through discussions, through questions and conversations. We don't expect a fire alarm, but if it should happen in the unlikely event, make sure you familiarize yourself with the emergency exits and just follow the instructions of the local organizing team who you will meet. You've already met Josep, myself, and others. We will be, as you may have noticed, taking many photos, recording. Today is being live streamed. Day 2 and day 3 will be recorded for YouTube. So just to inform you of that. You may also be contacted by some members of the GEM communications team who want to interview in an informal manner, some of you, for our social media and website. And if you do take photos or want to share anything, please do use the hashtag GEM2026, just so that we can find your contributions and also reshare them. I don't know whether I should be sharing this, but we do have Wi-Fi. Don't all connect now and check your emails, please, but there's the password and the name of the network. We've also put on the GEM and the demo booth stations, this is printed out, so if you don't manage to take it now, you can catch it later. We'll be having coffee breaks just outside here at the auditorium, and lunch is actually in this building. It's underneath where we are right now, and important information is to let you know how you get to lunch. We've got 2 different ways. We don't want there to be very long queues, obviously, so maybe don't all go at the same time, but you can go at the back of the room and follow the signs, or outside, you can follow the signs down the stairs there. So that's it just for the housekeeping and the general information about this conference. Let's get on to day 1. So day 1 today, as I said, is dedicated to the 2026 global release. I don't know if you've seen the bags that you've got. If you've not looked in them yet, maybe have a little look. You'll see that there's posters. You're going to hear about all of these posters, these new global products that we've presented. Let me tell you, but don't look now. Keep listening to the presentations, maybe at the coffee break. Just 2 or 3 slides to tell you how we got here to the 2026 global seismic release. And I want to take you back in time, take you back to the 1990s. I think some of you do remember the 90s. I know we have lots of young students here, but I know there are some in the audience who remember what it was like to work in research in the 90s. We didn't have the digital communication tools that we've become familiar with and sort of used to today. We didn't have cloud computing, broadband, internet. We were sharing information on floppy disks and fax machines. But it was in this environment in the 90s, which, by the way, was also the UN's International Decade for Natural Disaster Reduction, that the seismological community got together and developed the first global seismic hazard map, the GSHAP map, which I'm sure everyone here is familiar with and has seen before. So this wasn't just a scientific achievement, but it really was an international collaboration achievement, bringing together communities in such a difficult period of communication, bringing them together and agreeing on standards and methods for calculating probabilistic seismic hazard assessment globally. So this map was released in 1999. 10 years later, 2009, the GEM Foundation was established. The GEM Foundation was established as a non-profit organization to make available in a transparent and open way resources related to seismic hazard and risk assessment anywhere in the world. From 2009 to almost 10 years later, many people around the world contributed to this effort to develop new global seismic hazard and risk maps. And in 2018, we had GEM released for the first time the new global seismic hazard and risk maps, not just static maps like GSHAP was. GSHAP was just a static map, but models. These were models which allowed us to calculate seismic hazard at different return periods, different intensity measure types, and seismic risk was openly developed and released for the first time. Seismic risk in terms of economic loss, fatalities, number of damaged buildings. 5 years later, there was a second release, a second update, a major update to these models, with the seismic hazard models around the world being updated over that period of time, some new metrics being added to the portfolio of seismic risk calculations. And today, in 2026, what we're doing is not just simply another update of those global models, but I like to say we're expanding what we mean by global seismic hazard and risk. And we're expanding it in many dimensions. In space, you're going to see how we're not just calculating seismic hazard on land, but we've now included the oceans. We have a fully global model. We've expanded it in terms of hazards, not just ground shaking hazard, but we have liquefaction hazard as well now. We're expanding the consequences that we consider, not just those directly related damage in terms of economic loss, fatalities, but also the environmental impact. How do the decisions we make in terms of how we repair and replace our buildings have an environmental impact, have a carbon cost? And we've calculated that. And finally, in terms of time, we've started to look forward. What will the risk look like in the future, in 2045, in 2065? So now I'm going to hand you over to the two heads of seismic hazard and seismic risk in GEM, who are going to really just go into much more detail and tell you about these new global products. So first, I'll call out Marco Pagani, who is head of seismic hazards, to deliver his talk. Thanks, Marco.
Okay. Good morning to everyone, and thanks a lot. I enjoyed a lot the presentation from Josip, and there are a lot of things that I definitely share with him. The only thing that I was a little bit disappointed is when he mentioned football, because Italy used to be also a country very famous for football, but we are not doing that very well. Anyhow, so today, as Ellen explained, I will illustrate what we did over the last 3 years, so what we are going to share with all of you starting from today. And in order to explain, let me just increase the size. Okay. In order to explain what we did, I also thought that it was important, and sorry, this is a bit messed up. Okay, no, it's not. Okay, anyhow. So I thought that it was very important to have a little bit of a retrospective. And so Helen explained that GEM started from the idea. So we basically started from the concept and the way in which GSHAP has been shaped. And indeed, after our start in 2009, the idea for us was to establish regional programs like it was done in GSHAP, have a powerful engine. So we put a lot of effort in having an engine without focusing much on what was needed to build the models, because that was an activity that was left to the regional centers. In 2015, we completed the global programs, the global so-called global components, which were a program that was running in parallel with the regional programs. And those were meant to create data sets homogeneous at the global scale in order to make sure that the models developed at the regional centers were as much as possible developed in an homogeneous way. But at the same time, in 2015, we realized that it was too difficult to create everywhere regional programs and to achieve a global coverage through that strategy. So immediately after the release of the global component, then we decided to also develop models internally. And that changed our strategy because in parallel with the risk, we had to build a more general strategy for, of course, having the capability also develop a model internally. So we started to build what we then later on called the model building toolkit, and we started to create in parallel data sets that we were using to develop the models that were not covered either by national models or by regional initiatives. And the overall strategy or aim of all those efforts were to of course, have a more complete and internally consistent data sets, and more advanced methods for building the models. To have, of course, input models that were, to the extent possible, describing in a rigorous way, in a robust way, the earthquake process, and to increase, to the extent possible, the set of results in order to more comprehensively describe hazard, and to make sure that hazard is used by other groups or community to the extent possible. And so overall, what we tried, therefore, to create, it's a system, and the system that we designed has a number of components that are including, of course, numerous data sets. We have various methods that include methods for building the models, tools and methods for calculating the hazard, the OpenQuake engine, methods for checking the results. We created a suite of models that we are sharing with all the publicly and with the communities with which we work. And we had a large group of data sets. So that's the overall structure of my presentation. So I will guide you through the system that we built over the years and that we improved quite a bit during the last 3 years. So starting from the data sets, the first data set that, by the way, will be illustrated much more comprehensively later this morning by Kirsty, one of my colleagues. It's a global homogenized catalog. As you might recall, we had a global component that was focused on creating a global homogenized catalog. That was the ICGEM. ICGEM is a great product. The first version was released in 2013, and since then, the IIC managed to maintain that data set updated despite the difficulties for GEM to provide additional support. ICGEM is great, but it's not enough for us to build models. And so we have to add additional information to that model in order to make sure that we are able to constrain in a sufficiently reliable way the earthquake occurrence. So this data set for us, it's very important. And it's also very important because in this way we have a uniform data set against which we can test the performance of the different models that we collect inside our global collection, the GEM Mosaic. The second data set, which is actually in itself a model, it's a completely new model or approach that we've been introducing over the last 3 years. And in particular, what we are releasing today is a first version of a global block model. So the global block model is the strategy that we are using now in order to characterize in a more objective way the slip rates that we are assigning to the different faults. And here you can see 2 images that are showing the huge work that Richard had been doing in order to build this model. And again, there will be a presentation later this morning by Richard in which he will explain much more in detail what you will find inside this data set. The third data set is the global flat file. So the global flat file is again a collection of different data sets that magically over the last, say, 8 years have been released. So until, say, before COVID, we've been really struggling to obtain enough information in order to characterize ground motion at the global scale. We've been relying mainly on 2 data sets, the NGA collection of ground motion recordings and the efforts done in Europe by ESHM. And since then, there was a huge amount of publications that released new data sets. And as you can see in this figure, we have now a coverage in terms of strong motion recordings that is much, much larger than anything that we had until a few years ago. So that's for us an opportunity. And again, that's another data set that Chris will explain later on this morning. Moving to the methods and the tools. This is a schematic that is explaining basically the set of tools that we have for building models within the GEM team. And of course, this is all open source and available to everyone. We published recently a paper that is describing the model building toolkit. So we have a tool for homogenizing the catalogs, for example, like the global homogenized catalog. We have an external tool that is called Euler, which is the code that is doing actually, the code that is used to create the global block model. And then we have capabilities to basically all the boxes that are in this light yellow are boxes that we are using for creating the so-called seismic source characterization of an input model. And then we have a green box, which is the one that contains the tools with which we are creating the ground motion characterization. Everything goes inside an OpenQuake engine input model. We calculate the hazard, we have outputs, and using another tool that is called Hamlet, we are testing the results against observations in order to understand the extent to which that model is capable to explain what we saw over the last decades, and not just decades, actually. So a few examples from this architecture. The first one is a tool called Fermi, which stands for Fault Networks Modeling. This is a tool that we started to develop a few years ago. It's taking inspiration from work that has been initially proposed by Page et al. In 2014 and implemented in code from the OpenSHA suite. That remains, in terms of this methodology, the most advanced tool with which it's possible to characterize the rate of occurrence of ruptures that are occurring either on a single fault section or on multiple fault sections. And the reason why we decided to put effort into that was on one side because, of course, we thought that the methodology was quite interesting and we had plenty of ideas, and unfortunately we were not able to code them in Java, which is the programming language of this tool. But most of all because there is an increasing number of observations, especially for recent events, that are showing that when you go to large magnitudes, the earthquakes are particularly complex. And it's important to reflect that complexity into the models that we are using to describe that physical process. The second tool is the Strong Motion Toolkit. And this is a toolkit that is gaining much more importance now because, as you saw, we have far more observations, far more data sets that we can use in order to understand the performance of our ground motion models in different regions. And in some cases, when we have enough information, not just to understand the performance, but also to maybe adjust at the regional scale the models that we have that are in general developed using large data sets based on the so-called ergodic assumption. So the toolkit is also partly described by Chris' presentation later this morning. The last one is Hamlet. Hamlet is instead a tool with which we are checking the extent to which the input model that we develop are able to reproduce the observations. So we have tools that are checking the extent to which our model is able, for example, to reproduce the magnitude frequency distribution, or to check if the spatial distribution of earthquake occurrence is in line with the information that we've been using for building the model. It might sound trivial, but since the process of building an input model is quite complex, so you might get lost throughout that process. And so when you get to the end, it's very important to check if what you have at the end is consistent with what you started from. So moving to the models. Models, of course, is something that has a lot of interest because they are used quite extensively by many of you. And that's probably a figure that you are quite familiar with. It's probably not looking very different than anything else that you saw either in 2023 or in 2018, because what is really new is what is not represented with a color. And we left some hints at the entrance. There's a small hint that maybe you got it, or what is really new. So what is really new is a set of 5 models that are covering the oceans. So we have 3 models that now are covering the earthquake occurrence and ground motion, of course, for the oceans, and 2 models that are describing the hazard for the poles. And with that combination of models, of course, we are capable now to calculate the hazard at the global scale. Of course, that's not the only thing that we've been adding over the last 3 years. So we've been adding many new models, part of them developed by us and part of them developed by the organizations we work with. And by the way, I take the opportunity to thank all of them, because every time we are adding a model to our Mosaic, we interact quite a lot with the organizations with which we collaborate, and so their help is always fundamental for us to make sure that we are adding things following the principles that they've been using for developing the model, even when the model is developed with the OpenQuake engine. So we've been adding the latest model for the United States, developed by the USGS. We created a new model for Mexico as part of work that was also involving the Central America component of the model for the Caribbean and Central America, which, by the way, has also a time-dependent component that we are also releasing. Then we've been working a lot in Asia. We've been working quite closely with ETH and with plenty of partners in the region to update the model for the Middle East. And now we split it, by the way, the model for the Middle East, which was covering, in terms of activity, mostly the area in the Middle East, but Turkey. And we added a model just for Turkey that is based on the methodology that I was explaining, so that is using a block model and a multi-fault rupture model, because we thought that that was the most advanced approach for modeling earthquake occurrence in that area, and quite important given the size of the earthquakes that we can expect there. Then we added a new national model for Indonesia, thanks to the group called PUSGEN, which is a big consortium of research organizations in Indonesia, led by the Ministry of Public Works. The new national model for Australia, and the latest national model for New Zealand, at the time developed by GNS Science, now Earth Science New Zealand. Then we have the new national model. It's actually in anticipation because it's not yet public, so thanks to NID, the new national model for Japan. And again, another anticipation, a new model that is not yet public for Taiwan. The last model is for Greenland. In Greenland, we used to have a model that was kindly provided by FM, but we had some licensing problems, so it was not that easy as with the other models for us to share it, so we decided to replace it with a model developed by us, because that is simplifying the issues of licensing. We made a lot of changes to many other models. So of all the models that are part of the Mosaic, only 2 models were not changed. So Western Africa and Hawaii, which, by the way, has a new model that sooner or later we will need to find the time to add to our collection. So moving to the results, and so you might have seen already this map. There is, of course, the big ball at the entrance that you might have a chance to already take a look at. So this is the combination now of 36 models. And over the last few months, it took really a lot of time for us to make sure that we had a very nice transition between the hazard that was computed inland and the hazard that was computed offshore. So we made a lot of efforts, in particular, in order to have a very smooth transition between the hazard inland and offshore by combining the different models. Some of them, of course, not developed by us, so we had to cope with well, maybe simple problems like understanding the boundary of where a model is curved in a certain region, because that's not an information that is traditionally provided together with a model. And so we devised a strategy that is quite complex. Part of that, for example, will be touched later on by Manuela, who's going to describe a global stochastic event set, because this strategy for building global stochastic event sets was also used to calculate this map. From a more scientific perspective, the thing that I really like a lot is when I overlap the seismicity to the global hazard map, because now it looks like we are connecting all the dots that we were missing when we were covering only the inland part. So now when you plot a global catalog on top of the hazard, you see a really nice match between the density of seismicity and the hazard that we are calculating. So in the ballpark, that means that we are doing things correctly. Then if we look at the real numbers, maybe we will discover more when we will have a little bit more of time to work on the entire global architecture. Going back to this strategy of comparing past with our current view, I prepared a sequence of a few slides that are showing how the hazard has changed from 1999, so with the Global Seismic Hazard Assessment Program, and the 3 releases of seismic hazard provided by GEM in 2018, 2023, and 2026. So I will show you a sequence of images or slides in which you will find in this panel the hazard map for what I call the current model. And then you will find on the right a map that shows the difference between the hazard, PGA, 10% in 50 years on rock, between the current and the previous one. In this panel, you have the difference divided by the value of the previous, so it's a relative difference. And in this panel, you will instead see a map that is showing the areas in which we had a change that it was larger than 20%, which according to Nico Luco, so probably the most knowledgeable person about the problem of porting seismic hazard into building codes, is what is so the change that is relevant when you are going to design buildings. So, and maybe one important note is to mention that this is a comparison. So the laser pointer, for whatever reason, doesn't appear. Okay, so this comparison is focusing on the areas in which we have an hazard, sorry, not an hazard, a ground motion, okay, that is larger than 0.05. We do that because when the levels of ground motion are lower than that, we see a lot of instabilities that are not necessarily reflecting changes that we consider sufficiently robust, because we are really splitting hairs in that case. Okay, let's get started. This is the comparison between 2018 and GSHAP. And as I explained back in 2018, when we recomputed the hazard in 2018, as opposed to GSHAP, we increased the hazard quite a bit in proximity of the subductions. You can see Central America, South America, Indonesia, and Papua New Guinea. And we've been decreasing in some parts of the Alpine Himalayan chain the hazard. We increased the hazard in India, and in some areas in Africa, particularly along the Rift Valley. Overall, as you can see, there have been plenty of changes. I would say that most of the active parts of the world, we've been changing the hazard. If we move to the next release, and maybe one thing a detail that you will be able to appreciate stands in the fact that the more we get closer to 2026, the more the changes are concentrated in the areas in which we've been replacing a model, without seeing many relevant changes in the other areas. So that means, for example, that when I've been showing the slide that was explaining that we've been changing plenty of models, those are changes that, of course, are important, but they are not major, okay? They are not above the 20%, which is, again, this sort of threshold between what is relevant, at least for some applications, and what is maybe not so strong, not having such a strong impact. So from now moving from 2018 to 2023, and as you can see, we have changes in China, where we added a new model developed by GEM by removing the one from the China Earthquake Administration because we were not permitted to share it. The new model for Europe, ESHN20, some adjustments in South America, and new ground motion models for Alaska that apparently are changing dramatically the hazard. And if we move again to 2023 and 2026, as you can see, now we have changes really concentrated in the areas in which we've been replacing models. That means apart from India, where we have a rather old model and we are still struggling, sooner or later we'll need to find the time to replace it with a new modern one, but a lot of changes in Central Asia, a lot of changes in the Middle East, a lot of changes in the southern part of Europe, in that case, not because of change of the model, but because of a change in the strategy in which we are calculating the hazard. So we are taking into account for a rupture finiteness in the distributed seismicity, which was not something we were doing in the previous release. And then some changes in the US because of the new model from the USGS, changes in Central America, and some tiny changes in, of course, let's not forget New Zealand, that is out there, small one, but very important, and of course, an area in which is very challenging to calculate the hazard. There are also plenty of changes in Australia, but since Australia overall has a very low, relatively low values of hazard, those are not showing up so prominently as in other areas. In terms of the way in which we built the model, we made a huge effort in refactoring the code. Actually, we rewrote entirely and we redesigned entirely the strategy for building the model. Now it's all done automatically, and this is giving us much more capability to calculate a large variability of hazard results. These are maps for different return periods, again for PGA 10% in 50 years. We also have now the capability of generating plenty of new results. One of them that we like a lot is called CISO. It's a global stochastic event set for an equivalent period of 100,000 years. That will be described again more extensively by Manuela later on. And another project that I think it's worth to mention because it's a project that lasted for 4 years and now we will work on it for an additional number of years. It's a project that we are doing with the USGS in which we are building a platform, an architecture with which it's possible to calculate the earthquake loads according to different versions of the IC. Okay, getting to conclusions because I think we need a few minutes for questions. So what is missing? Of course, there's still a lot that must be done. Time dependence had been mentioned quite a few times. We've been working a little bit. So far, most probably we've been doing things that are very much in line with what you find in literature, but there is definitely much more that we want to do. The next target is South America, where we started already to work. We plan for developing that model was delayed a little bit because of the release. We want to add more epistemic uncertainty and less aleatory. So basically, we want to make sure that the models are more precise, but of course, there's a price that we have to pay. So precision is bringing more epistemic uncertainty and is hopefully reducing the aleatory one. That's the direction where we want to go. And in this case, the challenge, of course, is to have the computational capability to have a much larger set of epistemic uncertainty, but we are working on that as well. Then we want to, of course, make sure that we have the capability of homogenizing more the models. And Where we are working, where we are developing directly the models, that's not an issue. Where instead the models are developed by others, that's remaining probably an issue right now. And still related to a certain extent with time dependence, short-term hazard. That's something we've been discussing with a number of organizations over the last few years. And maybe the next cycle will be the opportunity to also think at developing a product of that type. We have most of the ingredients. Of course, we need to learn how to do that, but I think we can do it. Thank you. I think with that, I'm done. So we look forward to see how you build your map now. We did our stuff, but now we wait for your one.
Thanks, Marco. I think we're going to move on to Vita straight away, and then we'll have some questions for both of them at the end. So Vita Silva, Head of Risk Engineering.
Okay, thank you, Helen, and thank you, everybody, for being here. So I will proceed now with the presentation about the update on the global seismic risk model, but I cannot start without talking about football, right? Portugal is playing tomorrow, today, at 7 this time. So let's see if I come back to the conference tomorrow or not. So just this update on the global seismic risk model. So we've just seen the presentation for Marco, in which he was talking about the geophysical phenomena. So basically the seismic hazard map, where we have probability of ground shaking. And now what my team has been doing is to leverage upon the global seismic hazard and bring other components: exposure, vulnerability, fragility, side effects, and calculate the impact. So we go from probability of ground shaking to various metrics like annualized risk metrics, or, for example, losses for specific return periods. And this is us in 2023, when we also had the GEM conference, where we also presented another version, the update since 2018 of the global seismic risk model. And I would like just to take a few minutes to talk about the main two reasons why we do need to keep updating these models, why I think we'll keep meeting each other. So when we started in 2018, the first release of the model, the population was 7.7 billion, then 2023, 8.1, now we are at 8.3, and the population is not going to start decreasing, right? We're going to have more people, more buildings, more infrastructure, more value, and this has to be constantly introduced into the model. So this is almost like a losing battle, because the models become obsolete quite quickly. So just between 2023 and the model that we are releasing now, there's another 200 million people. You know, that's Turkey plus Japan, at least according to our models, but also some checks that I did with some information from the United Nations Habitat. Between these two time periods, we have 48 million buildings, 60 million dwellings. And because of the increase on the buildings, but also inflation, in particular in the construction sector, there's another $8.5 trillion added into the world just in terms of the built environment. And this is only covering the residential, commercial, and industrial building stock. If we also add healthcare, education, and governmental buildings, this number, it's even higher. So from one side, we've seen that the world has changed. We have more buildings, so it is important for us to keep updating the models to make sure that we consider all these new buildings in our loss calculations, right? But at the same time, we also have, let's say, changes related with the methodology, with new data sets, new information that we have available. We've seen already the comparisons from Marco. And I just want to mention that sometimes small changes on the hazard actually can cause large changes on the seismic risk. Okay, so for example, if the hazard increases 10%, it doesn't mean that the risk will increase only 10%. Sometimes it increases much more, and this is because of how the vulnerability functions increase, that they're not linear. A lot of times we've seen that they follow log normal distribution in most cases. But we also have the opposite. We also have cases in which the seismic hazard might increase, but for example, in places of low seismic hazard, an increase on the seismic hazard might not cause any changes on the seismic risk because the building is still not expected to suffer any damage. There's also been very important events since 2023, and we learn a lot from these events. We had the events, for example, in Morocco, many events in Afghanistan, some events in Japan. We have the very well-known event in Myanmar. And we also have our platform that calculates impact very rapidly. And we noticed that, and we were repeating these calculations, that a lot of times we needed to introduce improvements either on the exposure or, for example, on the vulnerability side. So these were also changes that were very important for us to improve the model. Obviously, many more studies. I think anybody that is on LinkedIn, I think everybody's on LinkedIn. We've seen that every week there's paper alert, there's new vulnerability models, there's new fragility models, there's new exposure models. And a lot of these models, I always very happy to see that they're using OpenQuake, they're using the GEM taxonomy. So a lot of these new studies are very useful for us to use to validate and verify our models. And then we also have new information about the built environment, right? We live in the area. Helen was showing in the 90s, with the floppies. Now everything is online. There's chatbots. There's all this new information that we need to use to incorporate in our models. And it is exactly on this part that I would like to start. It's with the updating and upgrading of the global exposure model. So this is how the new model looks like. This is the number of residential, commercial, and industrial buildings on an evenly spaced grid. It's a hexagon grid. We're using the Uber grid, and this is how it looked. So 50% of the buildings in the world are located just on that part. So obviously, very high density of buildings and population in East Asia and Southeast Asia, and 50% of the buildings are located there. So this is, for example, areas where it is important for us to try to get additional information because a lot of the losses are coming here, as I will show in the other slides. But if you think about replacement cost, and a lot of times some of the work that we do is to try to understand if an earthquake happens, how much would be the funds that are necessary for the reconstruction. We've seen now that 50% of the value is located between Canada, United States, and some of the Western countries in Europe. So 50% of the value is there, obviously, not necessarily because of the building density, but because of the construction costs and also the built-up area. This is just the main metrics of our global exposure model. So we have now 8.2 billion people. We have $308 trillion in our model, 1.7 billion buildings, 2.45 billion dwellings, because we have a lot of buildings, like apartment buildings that can have many dwellings. Also an increase on the built-up area. And this is something new, and you're going to hear quite a lot about this in this conference, is that now we are also including the embodied carbon. So basically, how much embodied carbon is necessary for reconstruction, for repair, because obviously there's also a massive environmental impact from disasters, and earthquakes are typically the disaster that causes the most damage on buildings. Okay, so this is the current ranking of the countries in terms of the number of buildings, replacement value, built-up area, and embodied carbon. So a lot of times when we're trying to do some calibrations at the global scale, these are the countries that are quite important for us to get it right. We've seen that, for example, in terms of replacement costs. Once again, we have nations like the United States, China, Japan, Germany that are quite expensive and a lot of buildings there. But in terms of the number of buildings, we've seen China, India, Brazil, Japan, in terms of the number of buildings. A lot of the improvements that we've seen on the global exposure model has been because of two reasons. We do have brand new models for some of the countries. So I'm just listing some of the countries here, not the 44 countries. But part of these improvements are because, for example, of our bilateral collaborations. For example, in the case of the USGS of Australia, where there's new national models, and we have included those models in the Mosaic of global exposure models. Also because of projects, for example, with the United Nations, with the World Bank, in which new projects, new models had to be developed. And then also part of the institutional activity. So some of the improvements that we have on these countries were requested by, for example, the GEM partners and sponsors, because they're countries of particular interest. We also have some improvements for all the countries in terms of, for example, the cost, the replacement cost. And we've been trying to explore as much as possible large language models, like, for example, chatbots, to try to understand what are, for example, the cost of the square meter for some of the buildings. There is some bias. We notice there is bias, for example, from the specific chatbots, and there's a lot of them. So we've been actually trying to use all of them and use median values to try to minimize, for example, the problem that we have sometimes with some outliers. So in addition to the update of all the construction costs per square meter, we also have updated, for example, the number of buildings, the building counts. And for that, we use, for example, data sets such as the Global Human Settlements Layer, which using satellite data, we can see how much more built-up area we have, but also increase on the population and so on. In addition, a major improvement that we have on this model is that on the previous one, we were doing a spatial disaggregation on the 4 by 4 kilometer resolution. So for example, the model could look something like this. This is Santiago de Chile in Chile. And now we did a spatial disaggregation on a 1 by 1 kilometer. So the resolution of the model now is much higher. And you can imagine that this is quite important for us to take into account properly, for example, site conditions. We're no longer aggregating that many buildings in a single location where, for example, the VF30 could be not the correct one, but also is also very useful for more localized hazards like floods, like tsunamis, like landslides, where we need to have the spatial resolution of the exposure model at a much higher resolution. This is also the same thing, but now for the non-residential, so commercial and industrial buildings. And this is how it looks like in a much higher resolution. So just before I move on, I just wanted to include here some nice examples of how the global exposure model has been used. There's many examples I just included here. So the support of a risk emergency plan, for example, in Santiago de Cali and Colombia. We also work with UN on this new national seismic risk model, risk profiling for Bangladesh, and we actually went there and presented a model. We also did some capacity building there. Something that was quite recent was the development of the Disaster and Climate Risk Transfer Facility for Central Asia with a cat bond that was issued for 2 countries in the region. We also work with the World Food Programme on this API to do rapid impact assessment also for some key countries like Afghanistan, Pakistan, Syria, countries that typically is a little bit complicated to have funds to work on. And I also included this example because this exposure information is used not just for seismic risk assessment, but also for other perils. And it was used for 5 countries in Latin America to design a cat bond for floods, not for earthquakes. So all this work has been done by the exposure modeling team. So I will include some names and some photos in my presentation. So this way you can see them and hopefully you can catch them outside in case you want to talk a little bit more about the specific components of the global seismic risk model. So Catalina Yepes led a lot of the activities there. She's over there at the back. Alejandro Calderon, Daniela Gonzalez also developed a lot of the models. And Marco Baiguera, he actually did the massive work of disaggregating the entire world on a 1 by 1 square kilometer. You can imagine that countries like China, like Brazil, like the United States was quite challenging to do this. So feel free to catch up with them. So moving now to expanding also the vulnerability database. So basically the connection between the exposure and the seismic hazard. We started in 2018 with actually something that was relatively simple, and we actually thought we had a lot of building classes. It was more than 500 building classes. Now we have at least 1,890 building classes, and then once we start multiplying this for the occupancy, this number even increases even more. But the global exposure model, the global vulnerability model now is quite complex. And I think that's the trend, is that we will have less aleatory uncertainty, like Marco was mentioning. And on the epistemic part, we'll have more, because hopefully now we can have more information about the types of construction, code levels, state of conservation of the buildings, and so on. So the major update is that previously we were using what we call the single degree of freedom oscillators, right? We were basically summarizing, we were simplifying the behavior of a building to something that was just an oscillator, but we were still doing nonlinear time history analysis, many ground motion records, and we were developing vulnerability functions for structural components, for fatalities, for the non-structural, for the contents. So the vulnerability model actually produces different functions for the different types of losses. So a major update now is that we're still doing nonlinear time history analysis, but we have a different suite of ground motion records, okay? We were lucky enough to explore the global flat file that Mark was also presenting to select some additional records. And now we're trying to model every single floor of the various building types. This offers massive advantages. So for example, now we are able to capture the deformation on the various floors. So some of the components that we have on the buildings, like walls, like windows, like doors, everything that is deformation sensitive, we managed to capture with a higher accuracy. You can imagine that this is quite important, for example, for high-rise buildings, where we know that the deformation that we can have on the higher floors, on the upper floors, might be different from the lower floors. Or, for example, when we could have mechanisms like soft stories. But more importantly, the main reason why we decided to go now to these multi-degree freedom systems, to this fishbone models, was to also capture the maximum acceleration that we can have on the various floors. So now we can better capture damage, for example, typically on the contents and some of the non-structural components like ceilings, the electrical system, furniture, equipment, so the part of the contents. This is also extremely important because we obviously want to make sure that we will start also take into account, for example, business interruption and loss of functionality. And a lot of times the loss of functionality is because of the non-structural components and contents, not necessarily because the building collapsed. The building is still standing, but it's not possible to use it because we have so many problems with the non-structural components. And this is typically what is observed, for example, in the Western world, where the building is still standing, but there's a lot of damage inside. Again, I just included here some examples of how the model was used. It was used on the national model for Canada, a lot of validation of vulnerability models, for example, for Chile, some profiling of risk in Malawi, in Turkey, in Bangladesh. Is also using for the rapid impact assessment. We've seen some great examples also for the national seismic risk model for Greece, and some sensitivity analysis for specific events in Greece. And there's a few other examples. Also, something that I want to mention is that it's not just about the model. So along with the model, there's also the input data sets, and we also developed the OpenQuake Vulnerability Models Toolkit. So you can actually reproduce all the calculations, all the models that you see here. And for example, if you have additional information about the building classes, the type of construction, you can also adjust all the capacity models or your own ground motion records to develop new models. So there will be a presentation in the afternoon. So Mo, who's leading these activities and is doing all these calculations also with Karim Al-Zawadi, he will present in the afternoon how this global vulnerability model has been developed. So far we've seen, we have the global hazard component. We can use the OpenQuake engine to start sampling many events. We use an event-based approach, and this is what you see here in this globe. We are generating many events using the mosaic of models that Marco was presenting. So I already told you about the global exposure and also the global vulnerability, and we are using the OpenQuake engine, of course, now to estimate a lot of risk metrics. I'm not even including all the risk metrics that we are now computing, but this is some of the most important ones that I will discuss in this presentation. And with that, I want to move now to the global seismic risk assessment. So the main results that we have now in this model. So for each country, we have a lot of results. Our pipeline produces automatically some maps. It segregates the losses. So now we have average annual losses and losses for different return periods, but a relatively high resolution. As I was telling you, we have the exposure on a 1 by 1 square kilometer, but it is also possible to aggregate these losses at different administrative divisions. So this is just some results for Ecuador. We can have the losses for different return periods disaggregated either by building class or by line of business, so between residential, commercial, and industrial. We can have ranking of regions according to different risk metrics. And it is also possible for us, and this part is quite important, to do the disaggregation by building class. I think a lot of the calibration of the models that is necessary is to understand where are the losses coming from? What are the types of buildings that are causing the losses? And is this in agreement with the observations that we've seen from the past? Because now every time there's an earthquake, there's typically like a lot of information. I'm showing here only the results for Ecuador, but as you can imagine, we repeat this for all the countries in the world. And this is how the global seismic risk map, the one about the average annual losses in terms of buildings destroyed, only due to ground shaking, looks like. So in terms of the ranking of the countries, this is the top 15 countries. Again, in terms of buildings destroyed, I'm not showing all the metrics that we have for as we don't have enough time, but this is how it looks in terms of buildings lost. Of course, I think it's also quite important for us to normalize these losses because there's small countries that often have higher risk, but because the building stock is much smaller than, for example, in massive countries like Pakistan and India, sometimes they don't show up, but we also normalize all the losses. So this is the ranking of these 5 risk metrics, so buildings lost, economic losses, area lost, fatalities, and displaced. And this is typically quite important because when people ask, what are the top countries in terms of risk, I think it's important for us to define, what's risk. Do you want economic losses? Do you want the human part of the risk? Do you want the built environment, and so on? Because we run these calculations using this uniform approach, the same taxonomy, the same methodologies to run all the risk, then it is possible for us to do this type of disaggregation to understand at the global scale what is the most dangerous types of construction. For example, if you think about human losses and number of collapses, we see that is the earthen construction, unreinforced masonry, stone, earthen, adobe, that is causing most of the fatalities. And then when we go back and we start analyzing past events, we do see this trend. We see that these buildings that typically are very heavy, they have very heavy roofs, they tend to be very fatal because they collapse. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of survival space inside of the buildings. But when you think about the embodied carbon and also the economic losses, we see that reinforced concrete and confined masonry tends to be the types of construction that drive the losses. So we're doing also a lot of calculations and a lot of verifications. We have a specific project with USGS called SAFER, in which we are running all the past events using past shake maps, also information. Sometimes we also use the OpenQuake to calculate the ground shaking, but using the seismogenic information that comes from the USGS in terms of location and fault styling. This is more than 1,000 events that we are considering. We don't have losses impact for all of them, okay? Depending if we're talking about economic losses or damaged buildings or fatalities, the level of completeness is quite different, but this is something that we're doing to try to validate a lot of losses. So for each event, we always calculate all these different metrics that I was telling you about, damaged buildings, economic losses, fatalities, and we try to compare this against the various observations. So let me just show you the results for 6 countries. So this is China, Greece, Japan, Mexico, and New Zealand. And for example, we can see that for China, we are underestimating the losses, whilst for Mexico, we are overestimating the losses. This is typically not that straightforward because it doesn't mean necessarily that the current vulnerability and exposure models might be overestimating or underestimating. This just means that we have to dig deeper into the models. It could simply be that the way that we are adjusting the losses, right? Because we have to adjust the losses. A lot of these losses happen in the 80s, in the 90s, and we need to bring them to 2026. We need to cause some adjustments. And for that, obviously, we've been also exploring different methodologies. All these risk calculations have been performed by Anirudh Raut, who's also over there on the back. So he's been in charge of running the global seismic risk model, handling billions of events, many, many runs, and he's been doing also this very closely with the IT team. So I also want to thank a lot Michele Simeonato. And a lot of this validation, adjusting the losses and so on, this has been done by Giovanna. So feel free to talk to them about this testing of the losses, running the global seismic risk, and all the challenges in making sure that OpenQuake works, even when these models are extremely complex. So Michele can also help on that. So moving now also to some disaggregation of the losses in terms of the reasons for this. So far, what I've been talking is just losses due to ground shaking. And there's a few papers that they give different fractions, but I think it's fair to say that most of the losses are typically caused by ground shaking. So we've seen that there's about 70% come from direct losses, ground shaking. But we know that there's also losses due to tsunamis, landslides, fire following, liquefaction, and other reasons like nighttime events. Despite the fact that you might think, well, actually liquefaction, landslides, the fraction at the global scale is not that high, of course, because a lot of times we have earthquakes in places which are very dry, and sometimes there's no slopes. But for some specific events, like for example, the events that we've seen in Alaska, in Japan, in Christchurch, liquefaction can be responsible for more than 30% of the losses. And that's the part that I want to show you now, is how we are now bringing liquefaction hazard and also the exposure from infrastructure into our risk calculations. The first step that we did was to try to understand and review many events from the past. Let's look at events where liquefaction occurred, also events where liquefaction did not occur, and let's see how much can we learn from these events. What were the proxies? What were the geotechnical conditions that we've seen that have a very good correlation with liquefaction occurrence? And we have, for example, this group of parameters like the density of the soils. This is just some examples for Costa Rica. But when it comes to liquefaction, it's also extremely important to understand the saturation of the soils. Where do we have the water table? But also, for example, if we are in the wet season and there's been a lot of precipitation and the soils are very saturated. So we did review a lot of these proxies. There's obviously a lot of literature. There's also a lot of models, for example, from the USGS, in particular Kate Alstott, and we have implemented two models. One, which is also the one that is used, for example, in the pager products, and the other one that we developed, it's a machine learning model that learned from all the events that I was showing you previously and can predict liquefaction occurrence or liquefaction spatial extent. Liquefaction is a very localized phenomena, as you might imagine. In fact, we know that this is the reason why I'm showing you some snippets there. And even on these maps, we are exaggerating a little bit the size of the pixels because otherwise it becomes a little bit complicated to see the liquefaction phenomena. So this is something that we need to be extra careful about, how we consider, for example, the geotechnical conditions when we're running these calculations. But this information is quite useful already for us to overlap, for example, with exposure and try to understand areas where there's a higher likelihood to have losses. This new product, this global view of liquefaction was done by Lana Todorovic. She's also over there. Feel free also to talk to her to understand all these challenges, how complicated it is for us to run some of these calculations at the global scale, and the trends that we see in the various places. So as I was saying, we are overlapping already liquefaction with the building stock. So we've seen also a lot of damage, for example, on the buildings. This is actually for some relatively recent events. But we've seen that if GEM wants to be serious about calculating losses, for example, for infrastructure and distributed systems like roads, it is impossible not to take into account liquefaction. And a lot of the calculations and a lot of the analysis, a lot of the projects that we had in which we need to take into account the transportation system, the road network, unless we take into account landslides and liquefaction, then we will be underestimating the risk, the disruption risk for roads. And this is also something that we've been doing, is to try to understand, let's start from the global mosaic, the seismic hazard, to calculate all these dynamic parameters, PGV, PGA, the different ground shaking intensities. Let's leverage and bring also all the proxies for geotechnical conditions. And we are using now these global data sets, the road network, in particular from OpenStreetMap. And this is typically how it looks. Now we can associate the different segments with a level of liquefaction. What is the likelihood of having liquefaction in a lot of these places? This is something that we'll be talking also in this afternoon. So Katerina will give us this presentation about global liquefaction map and road exposure. So what are the areas in the world with a higher concern? What is the length of roads that we have exposed to very high ground shaking, but also areas with a higher likelihood of having liquefaction? And now with this part here, we've seen that there's a lot of destruction from specific events. I'm just including here, for example, the volume of debris that we have from some specific events. And I personally don't know what is 210 million tons of debris. So I asked ChatGPT to give me some comparisons. And ChatGPT told me that this is equivalent to 25 pyramids of Giza in Egypt. Okay, so the amount of debris that was generated by the 2023 event in Turkey is 25 Giza pyramids, and for me that was very impressive. And as you might imagine, if we have now to convert all of this into CO2, if we have to do all this rebuilding, there's a massive environmental impact in terms of the CO2 that is going to be generated into the atmosphere to cause this. Okay. We also noticed that there's this trend that a lot of the financing, a lot of the funding that now goes into risk reduction is not, the days of just doing seismic risk reduction seems to be coming to an end. Now everything needs to be holistic and co-designed. So now we have also reduction due to floods, but also energy efficiency. The buildings have to take into account all this environmental impact. And this is one of the last parts that I want to tell you is about the global embodied carbon loss. So we have developed now this global exposure model. We have the built-up area, we have the type of construction, we know the materials that were used, and we have converted that into tons of embodied carbon. We also converted this exposure part of embodied carbon using specific vulnerability functions for loss of embodied carbon. Karim Al-Zawari was the one developing these specific vulnerability functions, and actually we're going to have a presentation about that tomorrow, and it's another new product that we have on the global vulnerability model is the specific functions for embodied carbon. There will also be a presentation from Martina in the afternoon, where she's going to explain how we are taking into account the environmental impact of earthquake, and this is something that we want to expand also, for example, of the uses of fresh water and other environmental metrics. The final part that I want to mention is that if you see typically this news about how disaster risk plans and disaster risk missions are done, they're never for today or for tomorrow. There's always this trend that it's for the next 10 years, it's for it's for the next 70 years, for example, in places like Bangladesh and the Netherlands, they do this extremely long visions. So it is important for us to take into account not just the current risk, but also the future risk. And this is something we've been doing already for some time, in which what we try to do is to analyze all the metrics at different points in time. And in these last 3 years, we collected information from many, many countries that have housing census at different times. So we check what were the drivers, what were the metrics that we have in different points in time, and we have developed specific models that then they can forecast exposure for the future. So trying to understand how Croatia looks today, but how Croatia can look in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. And what we do is we have a view of how the exposure is expected to change, for example, between now and 2065, and then how so we expect this to change, for example, for the future years in terms of the number of collapses. This is something that Alejandro is going to do, a presentation in the afternoon about this, forecasting the global exposure to earthquakes. And we're planning a massive release. So today we're giving you the global seismic risk for 2026. But next year in June, we're doing this release of also global seismic risk for future years, considering different views, different trajectories. So just to conclude, what do we have now? So you will see this example for Spagnola also in other presentations. So with this new global model, now we have new exposure. We have disaggregation of the exposure. We have various building classes. We have an update of the costs and the building counts. And we also have new vulnerability functions tested with a lot of past events and also probabilistic metrics. And all this exposure for all the countries have now been converted into this suite of seismic risk metrics using the OpenQuake engine to make sure that any user can also repeat the calculations and reproduce these results. With this, I just want to give a massive thank you first to the Seismic Risk team, which has been working very intensively in the next weeks, in the last months, to make sure that everything was going to be ready, but also obviously to the Azure team that provided all the models and answered like a lot of our questions, in the IT team to make sure that everything was running, and the support team. Also, thanks a lot for all those GEM sponsors and partners, in particular to our Croatian friends, for having us here, and they were working a lot yesterday to make sure that everything was ready. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much, Vito. I wanted to make some comments about the amazing work that Vito, Marco, and all of his teams have done. But I'm kind of feeling under pressure to say something about the football now. So maybe I can just say, coming from England, I apologize to the Croatians and thank you for letting me into the country. I know we're close, we're at 10:30 now. It should be the coffee break. But let's just see, are there any burning questions for Marco and Vito? Shoot your hands up now. If not, then we'll get back on time. I think that's okay. Well, you can obviously talk to them in detail, in depth in the coffee break. So I'll let you sit down, Vito. And yeah, thanks. Cheers. Just before you get up, sorry, just one second. My presentation's been closed. I think Marco closed my presentation. So let me just get it up. Okay, just 2 minutes of your time. Where are we? Here. Okay, so this is especially for the people that are following on the live stream. go to the website now, the GEM website, because everything that you've just heard about has been released on the GEM website. So we have all of these new products, these new maps, the new hazard map, risk map, embodied carbon, liquefaction, the homogenized global catalog that Marco mentioned. A lot of those OpenQuake engine models. A few things are not yet ready. They're coming soon. Obviously, the team's been working day and night to get everything on the website, but keep an eye on that page for the next few weeks and more will come. And for those of you here with us in the audience, we invite you now to come outside into the exhibition area and the coffee break and to visit the live demo stations that GEM has set up. You can look at the GeoViewers, you can explore the results, we can show you the website where all the resources are. You can try out augmented reality and virtual reality, which are some communication tools that we've set up for communicating our risk and hazard results. We have a learning center, which is a guided communication and learning system for accessing GEM knowledge. This is being developed, and we'd like to talk to you about how you think it should be expanded. You can run scenarios on our platforms and many more things. And finally, just wanted to acknowledge the PhD students that we have from GEM. So we work with many PhD students. We have 10 posters. 9 of the students are here with us today. So please do go and visit the posters right now of the PhD students and find out more about the work that they're doing together with us at GEM. So I'll let you go now, and we'll come back here in 1 hour. Thank you.
Seismic Hazard Mosaic is maintained by the GEM Seismic Hazard team, authors listed here, as well as in general the whole team from the GEM Foundation. And we also get a lot of help from our different partners and contributors. Hi, I'm Kendra Johnson. Firstly, I'm just sorry that I'm not able to be at the conference in person, but nonetheless, today I'm presenting on the Global Seismic Hazard Mosaic, the 2026 version, which we use to compute the global maps. So the Seismic Hazard Mosaic is maintained by the GEM Seismic Hazard team, authors listed here, as well as in general the whole team from the GEM Foundation. And we also get a lot of help from our different partners and contributors. To start with, I'll give a little bit of background on the Mosaic. So this is a collection of hazards used for PSH. They have global coverage. We released a first version in 2018, both a database as well as computed global maps. And intermittently since then, we've made updates to the underlying models and computed more results. And the version that I'm presenting here today is version 2026. So in addition to being a database of models, it's a basic data set. And we use this for computing a lot of different products or results. But a focus today is on global products and specifically on the global seismic hazard map. We use a mosaic approach instead of a single global model for computing the global hazard maps for a number of different reasons. Some of the advantages of the mosaic approach are that we're able to represent the most up-to-date perspective of hazard for different nations or regions, so long as we have an open model available to use. It's also really nice for engaging the global community of seismic hazard modelers who are able to
Ej, dobri smo, super.
Hi, I'm Kendra Johnson. Firstly, I'm just sorry that I'm not able to be at the conference in person, but nonetheless, today I'm presenting on the Global Seismic Hazard Mosaic, the 2026 version, which we use to compute the global maps. So the Seismic Hazard Mosaic is maintained by the GEM Seismic Hazard team, authors listed here, as well as in general, the whole team from the GEM Foundation. And we also get a lot of help from our different partners and contributors. To start with, I'll give a little bit of background on the Mosaic. So this is a collection of hazard input models used for PSHA, and together they have global coverage. We released a first version in 2018, both a database as well as computed global maps. And intermittently since then, we've made updates to the underlying models and computed more results. And the version that I'm presenting here today is version 2026. So in addition to being a database of models, it's a basic data set, and we use this for computing a lot of different products or results, but a focus today is on global products and specifically on the global seismic hazard map. We use a mosaic approach instead of a single global model for computing the global hazard maps for a number of different reasons. Some of the advantages of the mosaic approach are that we're able to represent the most up-to-date perspective of hazard for different nations or regions, so long as we have an open model available to use. It's also really nice for engaging the global
I'll just ask everyone to take your seats. Okay, everyone, if you can quieten down. I think too much talking is going to make us even hotter. We have some comment from Josip.
I have a mandate for Dean. We are going to test you how usable, unusable, how damaged you are according to air conditioning. We are waiting to the red and then we turn it on. I'm joking. Yesterday we were preparing conference here in this hall. It was freezing because air conditioning, we left it all night and we have emergency shutdown. And now we are trying to fix it and I hope it will be in few hours. No, Dean promised half an hour. Thank you. Thank you for understanding.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. So as anticipated in my presentation, now we are moving to a session in which we are entering more into the details of what we've been doing within the other team. And we have 5 presentations. We will probably shuffle them a little bit because it's easier in terms of the organization. In particular, we are starting from a recorded presentation from Kendra Johnson. And Kendra is going to give us an update on the global mosaic. So I'm now starting the recording.
Hi, I'm Kendra Johnson. Firstly, I'm just sorry that I'm not able to be at the conference in person, but nonetheless, today I'm presenting on the Global Seismic Hazard Mosaic, the 2026 version, which we use to compute the global maps. So the Seismic Hazard Mosaic is maintained by the GEM Seismic Hazard team, authors listed here, as well as in general, the whole team from the GEM Foundation. And we also get a lot of help from our different partners and contributors. To start with, I'll give a little bit of background on the Mosaic. So this is a collection of hazard input models used for PSHA, and together they have global coverage. We released a first version in 2018, both a database as well as computed global maps. And intermittently since then, we've made updates to the underlying models and computed more results. And the version that I'm presenting here today is version 2026. So in addition to being a database of models, it's a basic data set. And we use this for computing a lot of different products or results. But a focus today is on global products and specifically on the global seismic hazard map. We use a mosaic approach instead of a single global model for computing the global hazard maps for a number of different reasons. Some of the advantages of the mosaic approach are that we're able to represent the most up-to-date perspective of hazard for different nations or regions, so long as we have an open model available to use. It's also really nice for engaging the global community of seismic hazard modelers who are able to bring the latest and best information for their countries. This means that we have higher quality data in some areas, which is advantageous for risk assessment. And in the case of the Mosaic database, we're able to represent each region in the same uniform format, which is ideal when we want to also look at a global application. On the contrary, not all of the models are developed using homogeneous methodology, and this is something that we have to reckon with each time we're using 2 or more models together. Since 2018, we've used the same multi-tiered approach to decide which models to use to cover certain areas. The optimal case is to use models that are coming out of regional or national programs. When these aren't available, we look to peer-reviewed scientific journals or models available from research groups. And then in the last case, either the GEM Secretary alone or with a partner organization develops a model for an area. The models must be possible to use openly, at least for some applications. And they must all be in the OpenQuake engine format. If they're not already, then it needs to be documented in such a way that it's possible for us to do the translation. So the Mosaic is one in a number of components to a cycle of development that governs a lot of our institutional activities on the hazard team. So today you've already heard a lot about basic data sets, about the tools we use to develop models. So what I want to mention is the value of application. After 8 years of model application of individual models or models together for global applications, we learn a lot about the strengths and weaknesses of individual models and model components. And we use that to prioritize where we want to make improvements. So a lot of the smaller changes to models that you see today have been triggered by what we've learned in application. So just to give a quick snapshot of the Mosaic, the version 2026, we have in total 36 models, 31 that are covering subnational, national, or regional scales, 3 for the oceans and 2 for the poles. We have a number of new models contributed from national programs, as well as new models coming from outside of these programs that cover either national or regional scales. All except for 2 of the models in the Mosaic have been updated since the 2023 version. So putting this in a different view, these are the changes since 2023. In purple, you see where we have a new national or regional model, either contributed or developed internally by GEM. The blue striped polygons are showing where we have completely new models that are being included for the first time. So that's predominantly the oceans and polar regions. In green, we have models that have been updated by GEM or a partner. And finally, we have just 2 unchanged models, Hawaii and Western Africa. Starting with the completely new coverage, this is the models for the oceans and poles. These were created within the FORCE project sponsored by USAID with the goal of filling gaps in the seismic source characterization. So we now have truly global coverage, and we also cover remote islands that were formerly missed. We also use this work to cover Greenland with a model that was more flexibly usable for all applications. The figure here is showing in black polygons the extent of the crustal source characterization for these models. You'll see that they don't actually overlap with the inland models, and this is done deliberately so that they can be used seamlessly together. So for the national models, there are many of these that come out of very well-established national programs, and so there's a lot to them. As I go through them, I'll try to just mention a few highlights from each one. So starting with Japan, this is a model developed by the NIED, and GEM translated this into the OpenQuake engine with a lot of their assistance, especially on the technical aspects. So the 2025 update put a lot of emphasis on the southwest part of the country, in particular on the Nankai subduction sources, which are right around here. Here and elsewhere, there were updates to the and recalibrations of the time-dependent subduction source occurrence rates. Also in the southwest, the crustal sources now include a number of different offshore shallow faults. On the ground motion characterization side, the Mosaic is now able to use a single ground motion characterization for all intensity measure types, which is really valuable for a number of our applications. And the models include a regional attenuation term in the, that impacts not just the tectonic region, but where the rupture is actually generated. For Indonesia, we have a model from PUSGEN, the team responsible for the seismic hazard maps of Indonesia. And since 2017, when the last model was developed, a number of earthquakes have happened that prompted them to want to take another look at some of the gaps that might be in the model. So some of the major improvements that have been made since then is a lot of dense seismic network, seismic data, especially around faults in urban areas, has been collected. They have an updated catalog with better located hypocenters, and a more complete fault database, in particular around larger cities or tourist areas. So that's what you're seeing in the figure to the right here. For the conterminous United States, we have the 2023 version of the USGS model coming from the National Seismic Hazard Program. This program incorporates science done within the larger U.S. seismic hazard community and is quite extensive. There are a lot of highlights, but to name a few, in addition to updated data sets that are fundamental to the seismic source characterization, a lot of the modeling approaches were also updated. So this includes decisions on aspects of catalog treatment like declustering, smoothing of rates, and also on the fault side, fault connectivity. The inversions used to characterize the fault sources have now been applied to the entire Western U.S., and that's what's shown in the figure to the right here. On the ground motion side, there are a number of new subduction ground motion models that have been incorporated, as well as adjustments to the models used in the central and eastern U.S. The ground motion models are also now considering amplification factors based on things like basin depth and sediment thickness, and those are applied on a region basis, with examples shown in the orange polygons in the figure to the right here. Canada has a slightly updated model since 2020, where Natural Resources Canada has incorporated subduction sources from the USGS Alaska model and updated some of the seismic sources in the northwest of Canada. The Taiwan Earthquake Model Initiative has produced a new model with, as for many of the other national models, some enhanced data sets, and in particular, improvements on the database of seismogenic structures. Their model is now allowing, in some cases, multi-structure ruptures, as well as offshore faults, which are depicted in the plot on the right, and they're considering a lot more epistemic uncertainties. Australia has produced a 2023 update to their 2018 model. This is an effort led by Geoscience Australia, but with contributions of source models from the wider Australian seismology community. So some of the highlights here are that Australia-specific conversion equations to develop a homogenized catalog have been used. They also have time-truncated declustering that has also been calibrated specifically to Australia. These factors were used to update the 2018 seismic source models using not just these approaches, but also the new catalog. They also have a lot of new field data to improve the fault source characterizations and a new ground motion database for selecting ground motion models. The model for New Zealand is the first update since 2010. It's a major update led by GNS Science, but also incorporating model components that were performed in a lot of different projects over the years. So some of the highlights are a community fault model and an updated ground motion database. In the model itself, there are more occurrence possibilities assigned as opposed to only characteristic ruptures, both for the subduction interface and crustal fault sources. Multi-structure ruptures are also admitted. On the ground motion characterization side, a back motion ground motion model is used, which also incorporates region-specific attenuation zones. And the model was tested in tandem with development, which we see as a major strength. Okay, for the regional models, in Central Asia, we have a model developed by GEM in collaboration with the UK COMET group. COMET focuses heavily on this region using a lot of different methods to improve their fault characterizations. So this became the basis of a fault database used to model the faults in the region as a system. We also were able to use some of GEM's other new global data sets, including the global catalog, to model the distributed seismicity in this region. For the Middle East, we use a new model that was developed in a project led by ETH Zurich. This model includes two seismic source characterizations weighted against each other in a logic tree, one led by ETH and the other by GEM. Each of the of the source models is made from the respective groups' underlying data sets, the catalog and the fault data. And they also use different approaches to account for the different seismic sources. So we have both a segmented fault model as well as a model that accounts for the faults as a system and allows for multi-fault ruptures. For the ground motion characterization, a backbone approach was used for the active shallow crustal component. And the GEM model also covers Turkey, so we opted to use that for coverage in the global seismic hazard maps. In the FORCE project, we also updated the Central America portion of the Central America and Caribbean model. So in addition to updated underlying data sets, we opted to include the magnitude uncertainty in the source characterization. So the figure on the right is showing how that propagates to the final magnitude frequency distributions used for the crustal sources. We modeled the crustal faults using multi-fault ruptures. For the subduction sources, we developed both time-independent and time-dependent sources. And for the ground motion characterization, we used the backbone approach based on regional strong motion data. We leveraged on the work done in the FORCE project for Central America to also do an update for Mexico. So the sources that were overlapping between the two models, we've taken the new ones from Central America. Outside of this area, we updated the distributed seismicity sources. So we expanded the source zones at the north of Mexico to what we consider to be better coverage. We also recomputed these sources using more recent GEM methods in order to provide a more updated view. And one of the impacts of this is to improve the smoothing parameters and reduce the bullseye effects that we'd seen in past maps. We also adopted ground motion models from FORCE where they were relevant. In South America, we made a number of different updates over the years based on shortcomings that were brought to light when our different partners applied the model. So the first is that we reevaluated the declustering approach, which we found was a bit too aggressive near the largest earthquakes that have occurred on the Chilean subduction zone. And so we developed an updated version of both interface and crustal sources that treated this more suitably. We also improved the smoothing in the Sable area in a manner that is similar to what was done in Mexico. The model for the Indian subcontinent is one of our older ones. It's from literature, and so we don't necessarily expect it to be updated. So during the FORCE project and another one with the Bangladesh, we made some updates that help it to meet application requirements. A major change was that for the main Himalayan thrust and Indo-Burma interface, this model originally used distributed seismicity sources that made unrealistic ruptures. So we replaced this with fault sources, and that's what you see in the figure to the right. We also reviewed the different branches of the seismic source characterization and used statistical testing to reject one of the branches that we thought produced too high of rates. We also updated the ground motion characterization in consideration of more recent ground motion model science, as well as to be compatible with the applications. So I mentioned that it's only two models that haven't been changed at all. That means that there are a lot of existing models that have very small changes made to their source characterizations. So I'm listing a few of those here. In Europe, we're using finite ruptures rather than point sources for the distributed crustal seismicity. In both Northeast Asia and China, we reviewed some of the faults near major population centers. We also reviewed the Mmax of some of the crustal sources in Northeast Asia. In Papua New Guinea, we adopted an offshore fault from a neighboring model, Indonesia, which is more recent. And in the Pacific Islands in Sub-Saharan Africa, we adapted the offshore sources so that they would be more consistent with the ones used in the oceans models. We also reviewed the ground motion characterization for each model in the Mosaic. We did this because there are a lot of models that were initially added in 2018 or 2023, and so these now outdate the latest global or regional ground motion models that have been developed. Also, after 8 years of applying the models, we have a better understanding of how the ground motion models perform when we push them to their limits or in applications that they weren't originally designed for. So we updated the ground motion characterizations for models that are relatively older or where a thorough analysis was not performed in the initial characterization. We didn't do this for more recent models, especially those that were contributed by our partners. So I'll summarize and add some final thoughts. The 2026 version of the Mosaic is expanding coverage to the oceans and the poles. It's now truly global. We continue to cover a lot of countries with national models developed in ongoing programs. In general, we're happy to see that the newly incorporated models are using modern practices that reflect the latest science. So for example, backbone models, multi-fault ruptures. After 8 years of utilizing the models in the Mosaic, our different applications have helped us improve the model flexibility and reliability for different types of use cases. So in light of thinking of global applications, I wanted to mention a few projects. So we have the ASCII Earthquake Loads Overseas, or ALO project, which is related to building code application. We have the GEESE project, in which a global database of ruptures for recorded events was developed using the Mosaic. And we have the Global Stochastic Event Set, which is a simulated global catalog of earthquakes, and the subject of the next presentation. So I'll end there, and thank you very much for listening, and my colleagues in the hazard team will take your questions.
Okay, thank you. It was indeed unfortunate that Kendra couldn't make it. She was together with Kirsty. There was the two that spent most of their time working on the Mosaic. So hopefully you understood everything, and she was quite fast, but if you have questions, we will be very happy to take them. So speaking of Kirsty, now we are moving to the catalog. And Kirsty Baylis, Seismic Hazard Modeler, working in the GEM team, is going to tell us about the construction of the global homogenized catalog. Hopefully that's well. Let me lower the volume.
I'm a bit shorter than everyone else, apparently. Yeah, so Kendra showed some examples of our models and some of the applications of the catalog, and so I'd like to start by introducing you to our global catalog. So for those of you who don't think about seismic catalogs every day of the week, they are an absolutely fundamental part of PSHA. We can't make a hazard model without a catalog. As Marco was saying earlier, it's important that the data sets we have are consistent. For catalogs, we need reliable information that describes the rate of events at different magnitudes. We need to have an idea of a catalog, and to do that, we need a catalog that has completeness. So we're talking about having as many events as possible of these different magnitudes recorded so that we can infer correct rates for our hazard models. Normally, the process for this involves the process what we call homogenizing the catalog, and by that we mean we're transforming the catalog into MW magnitude. Local catalogs will often record many different magnitude types. And when we make a unified catalog, we need to combine all of these in a way that is sensible, that avoids duplication of events, and that gives us consistent magnitudes to work with in hazard. For this, we wanted to have a global sort of backbone model that we use to improve when we're making regional models. So something we can take for anywhere in the world and add things to. This is important for us for several reasons, not just for building source models, but also when we're doing validation of the models with Hamlet, or if we're looking to look at some global analysis. And so we started using the ISC GEM for this, and as Marco was saying, this is a really excellent catalog. It's reviewed, the magnitudes are all MW, our preferred magnitude type, but for the application of building the oceans, which was my first application here at GEM, we wanted to extend both the coverage and the magnitude that we were getting in the ISC GEM, because ISC GEM, being a catalog that is primarily used for onshore applications, does not necessarily cover the oceans as well as we'd like. So this was the sort of the motivation and the starting point for building our own catalog. So to do this, we started, as I said, with ISC GEM. We wanted to include other events, and we started with global catalogs because it is sort of easier to work with this information. We're looking for consistency on a global scale. So to this catalog, we added events from the Global Centroid Moment Tensor, or GCMT. If you're watching the animation, there are no GCMT events here at the moment, and that's because the ISC GEM catalog has already incorporated a lot of those that we had in our original version. So as ISC is updated, we are seeing more of those events be incorporated into their model. For the other catalog we're looking to use, it's COMCAT from the USGS, which has a lot more magnitudes in it, has a lot of smaller earthquakes, and so it's providing a lot of earthquakes from about, you can see there's some early events that are from COMCAT, and these are events which are maybe not meeting the requirements for location accuracy that ISC GEM would prefer. We decided to include those anyway because we would rather know that the earthquakes happened somewhere around there than to not have them. And we are adding these smaller events from around 1960. We see that there's a massive increase in the number of events that are coming from COMCAT. And so our primary way to do this is with tools that we have in the Model Building Toolkit, or MBTK. As Marco was saying, we have a recent publication on that. And within that framework, we have an option to prioritize the events that we are using. And so our preference is to take the ISC GEM events, but where those are not available, we take JCMT or we take COMCAT. A real struggle for building a catalog is looking out for events that are duplicated or where we have lots of uncertainty in the location. I don't know that there's a good single answer to this. Our approach within the MBTK is to use windows of time and space that attempts to identify where we have events which are the same event, and to only add unique events into the catalog. But when we're looking at events that are coming from the Global Centroid Moment Tensor catalog, sometimes the locations are very, very different because of the different way that the locations are calculated. And so we need to take into account when we're building the model that we don't want 2 magnitude 9 earthquakes because they were recorded in 2 separate catalogs if there was only 1 magnitude 9 earthquake. The other thing is that because we are looking at something that we are updating on a fairly regular basis, the locations can be improved in the catalogs that we are using. So in ISC GEM, the catalog locations we noticed will change a little between the different releases sometimes because they've been reviewed and new locations are found. So these things all complicate the process of the merging the catalog and lead to this process being extremely challenging. The other thing that we need to worry about is the homogenization of magnitudes. So ISC GEM is already homogenized to MW, which is nice. The GCMT catalog uses MW magnitudes because that's how they're calculated as part of the process. But for the COMCAT catalog, those small events that we think are really important to help us understand seismicity, especially in places which don't have a lot of large events, we need to convert the magnitudes from their originally recorded magnitude type into MW magnitude. And so just as an illustration here, I have some data that shows some of the challenges we're working with here. So in order to decide to convert or to decide upon an appropriate conversion, we need an event to be recorded in both magnitudes, both the MB and MW. And what you can see here is that in this case, we have a sort of a very interesting distribution of density of those events. And there are many different ways that we could choose to fit this. But it will have implications which are maybe not entirely clear to you when you choose the fit from the density plot in terms of what that looks like in the catalog. And so we want to avoid things like for example, in the homogenized version here, there's sort of the green magnitudes are all bunched together because the conversion has shifted them all into a similar place. And so when you look at that in your magnitude frequency graph, it will look very strange and will not be very accurate. So these are the challenges I think that we have when we're homogenizing that are not necessarily immediately obvious. And I think there's a lot of time that we've spent checking for these things and revising. It's a constant process of revision. So in general, the homogenization, we tried many different attempts to get this to work. We started with the homogenization equations that were developed by Weatherill et al. 2016. And then we decided to try some others, like a linear fit that would maybe split at a higher magnitude and allow us to match smaller magnitudes better. And one thing that we decided to try and use in this approach was to sort of try a back projection, where we think that looking at the global catalog, we have the advantage of having a lot of large events where the magnitude frequency distribution is quite stable. And so it's not unreasonable to assume that if we have continued Gutenberg-Richter distributions, we would look for something that would continue that distribution in a meaningful way. And that does have a few caveats, because it assumes that we have GR to smaller magnitudes, and we have a lot of completeness issues, but we decided that this was the appropriate step for this point. And the other thing is that whilst we have to worry about these smaller magnitudes, we also have some different MW type magnitudes, which are coming from slightly different calculations, and we found that there was a slight change in our magnitude frequency distribution if we homogenize those to the GCMT MW or not. One thing that we were very keen to do here was to make sure we were propagating the uncertainty in these magnitudes, not just from the original catalog, but also from any conversions that we were doing. And that's part of the plot that Kendra showed for Central America, I think, where we had the density plot. That is using this information that we are including in the catalog, because it was important to us to make sure that we're including as much of that uncertainty as possible for other applications. We also made sure to include the original magnitudes in the homogenized catalog. There is a column that includes the original and where it's coming from and the original magnitude type, so that if you want to add things to the catalog, as we would do, then you have the opportunity to identify the events which are occurring in different catalogs a bit more easily. So now I get to the part of the presentation where I put all the pretty figures. This is our new magnitude frequency distribution for our global catalog. The green dots are from the GCMT. This is the full GCMT catalog. So GCMT starts around 1960, so it has a slightly lower A value. It's slightly lower on the graph, but the consistency, the B value, the slope of that graph is similar, is consistent across the different catalogs. In the orange squares, I'm not sure how well this looks on, yeah, these colors look better. The orange squares are the ISC GEM catalog, and you can see that it's, again, the slope is the same, but we've shifted up. And we can see that around about magnitude 5, this becomes less consistent, and this is because we have some incompleteness around this magnitude. And when we add the Comcat events, we're getting those pink stars, which are the new GEM 2026 catalog, which allows us to sort of extend the completeness a little to smaller magnitudes in a very rough sort of way. And you can see on the figure on the left the contribution of those different magnitude agencies to the final catalog. So what we get from this is a catalog that contains 495,000 events or thereabout. Here I've colored them by depth, so you can see the subduction zones. This might look very similar to the pattern that you saw on the globe when you came in. This is deliberate. So our global catalog is ready for people to use. So some of the applications that we would like to have to this that we're sort of working towards and are still continuing is that to be able to say something about global completeness. And I apologize because I actually don't have the map on my map. But if we look at, for example, the year in which we're seeing the first event in different cells or different areas of the globe, there are some places where we're still not seeing any events in our catalog, and maybe those places don't have earthquakes, or maybe our coverage there is really poor. Those are places where we'd like to know more. Those are places which are very hard for us to model. We can see also that places that have large events, we see the earlier earthquakes first. We can see for places which have magnitude 9s, obviously we have those earthquakes. We have coverage early on. And we can see that we are quite consistent. This graph is, I could have made the thing bigger. The magnitude 5s are reasonably consistent. Okay, on here. No, it's okay. But if you look at the light blue color in this histogram over on the left, you can see that those are reasonably consistent from around 1960, which means we have a reasonable sort of coverage. We haven't massively seen an increase or a decrease. I wouldn't expect a decrease, but an increase in magnitude 5 events. And then as we go to smaller magnitudes, we see that the number is increasing in every decade, which is implying that we have not reached completeness. And this is to be expected because one thing I think that maybe don't always talk about so much in hazard is that our completeness is varying spatially as well as temporally. And so our goal would be to have something that we could say about the completeness of the global catalog, but I don't unfortunately have any actual results for that yet. To say a little bit about our next steps and things that we plan to improve, we would like to have a classification for the global catalog. When we're building models for subduction zones, we already classify the catalog using the approach from Pagani et al. And tools which are, again, in the model building toolkit. This is basically a way of saying if an event happens on the interface or the slab or the crustal part of the subduction zone, and this helps us to constrain our models better in those regions for those different tectonic region types. The example that I have here is it's a bit old now, it's from the events that are a 6.5 or bigger from ISC GEM, and you'll notice that the classification has a part that says unknown. And that is kind of something that we'd hope to improve, but that's because our preliminary implementation used very generic parameters for modeling each subduction zone. And our goal instead would be to make sure that we're using the best subduction information that we have from individual models, maybe from new models and faults. I'm looking at Richard, and to build a better global characterization and classification of this subduction, which we would include in future versions of the catalog. My final goal, I guess, this is the dream of having a catalog that we update regularly. So when there are new ISC GEM releases, to add those into the catalog. To also make sure that when we are improving the catalog and building a local catalog, that we are adding that information back into the global catalog as much as possible so that it provides us with better coverage in different regions. And to have tools that are always looking for ways to improve the merging of the catalog so that we're making sure we are not duplicating events, we're getting the best information that we can. So to this end, I think this is the sort of the goal, to expand the catalog and to keep it to something that will be evolving and useful for lots of applications. And so, as in summary, it is a global catalog of around 495,000 events. It's homogenized to MW. Our goal is to keep as much of the metadata as possible for each from the original contributing catalogs, to make sure that we're propagating the uncertainty where we have it and making that clear. And finally, it's available to access, but also you can see it now on the GeoViewer. So this is an image from the GeoViewer over the hazard map, over the global hazard map. And Paul in the foyer has the live example if you'd like to go and look around later. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. We keep the questions for the end of the session, and we move forward now with Richard, following the same logic, actually, of my presentation. And Richard is going to tell us about the global block model. I think you are able to take over. Thank you, Richard.
Okay, I'm not as tall as Kirsty, so I have to move the microphone down. Okay, thanks everyone for coming. I apologize, some of the figures got a little bit messed up on import, but we will move along anyways. So today I'm going to talk about the global block model, which, as has been discussed earlier, is a collection of faults globally with fault slip rates supported by a joint geodetic geologic block model. And it's sort of creating a system out of all of this. So to understand the importance of it, we need to understand the use of faults in probabilistic seismic hazard and risk analysis. And the reason that these are important is that most hazardous earthquakes occur on mapped, or at least in principle, mappable faults. And fault sources in PSHA provide much more accurate rupture locations, geometries, and kinematics compared to distributed seismic sources. And then fault slip rates. So the rate at which the crust on either side of the fault moves over kind of longer time periods, integrated over multiple earthquakes, provides an energy budget for earthquake occurrence on that fault. And then finally, the fault catalogs have very different limitations as well as those strengths than the earthquake catalogs. So Kirsty just discussed issues with completeness and magnitude conversions and things like that. You know, the fault catalogs are very different. So faults are relatively permanent features of the landscape. And so what counts as completeness within a fault catalog is very different. It's not based on, you know, the capture of ephemeral events, whether you happen to have an instrument there at that time or not. And on the other hand, you know, you can't immediately look at a fault and have, you know, 100% pure knowledge that that fault is active. Unlike, you know, an earthquake is an indication that earthquakes happen at that location, you know. So by combining, so they have different strengths and weaknesses, and by combining them in the way that we do when we build hazard models, we wind up with much more robust results. So towards that end, when I started at GEM, we worked on making the GEM Global Active Faults database, which was finalized in 2019 and then published in 2020. And this was really the first known global compilation of explicitly active faults. And much like our you know, hazard model, this is a mosaic. So it's a mosaic of about 20 different sources. And these come from, you know, some of them are from GEM, a lot of them are from national organizations, some of them are from, you know, someone's compilation for the geologic history of the continent or something. So they're not all mapped for PSHA. And a lot of the information that we need for PSHA is not always present. In particular, we don't, most of the faults, on the continents especially, do not have slip rates. The mid-ocean ridges and stuff did because that's easy to get from global plate motion circuits. But, you know, I would say 80%, 90% of the continental faults, the ones that caused the most hazard, had no slip rate information. We also don't have geometric information for the subsurface for those faults, even though that's really important to build these accurate seismic sources for hazard and risk assessment. So, you know, so even though we had this, you know, we still needed something better, something more. And because of this mosaic approach, it was really hard to, you know, make incremental updates to certain places. So I just decided to rebuild everything. And in order to kind of consolidate all, oh, I have some slides perhaps out of order. Okay, so, you know, if we want to improve the seismic hazard and risk modeling through improving fault data, you know, we need to look at how that happens in certain areas. So first, you know, improving the accuracy of the models requires improving the accuracy of the fault databases. So this can happen through improving the way that the map resolution of the traces. Some of what we had previously was almost schematic. It's not really like you go to that point on the map and there's a fault there. Similarly, traces of faults when you're building a seismic hazard model need to represent, you know, relatively independent seismic sources. They can't be just, you know, a collection of maps of fault scarps that all occurred simultaneously in a single earthquake. And we need much more accurate slip rate estimates. So when you don't have that information, you still have to put it in the seismic hazard model, and so you just guess. And like, it sucks to go through all this scientific training, you know, for decades and then like be like, oh, I'm just gonna make up some numbers because I don't have everything. So we really need to get data-based knowledge here. Similarly, improving the precision of seismic hazard models means improving the precision of the data. So the biggest thing we can do here is lower the slip rate uncertainties and start to explore the correlations between uncertainties. So the way that faults work as a network or a system to accommodate regional deformation, and that implies a certain covariance structure to those fault measurements. And once we know that covariance structure a lot better, we can start to beat down the parameter space, and this allows us to simplify the hazard models. And And that leads to the next point, which is clarity. This isn't something that we talk about. Everyone talks about just increasing, the models, adding more and more stuff to it. But as you start to do that, the models get a lot less explicable. When you want to improve the models, it's hard to figure out exactly what to work on. When you want to test different parts of the model, it's hard to figure out if you have a bad result at the end, it's hard to figure out exactly what's causing that within the model. So model clarity is really important. And the ways to improve that are having clear links between model parameters and data. And, so if you see a parameter in a hazard model, you need to know where that came from. So you really want to have that clear. And simpler models with fewer logic tree branches are beneficial for building models, for testing them, for improving them. And also, the computational expense of these models as we add more and more stuff just blows up exponentially. And it starts to get to the point where, people are they're building these national scale hazard models and only running 0.1% of the realizations possible. And as we add more and more science, more and more complexity, we have to kind of guard ourselves to be able to still maintain something that is tractable. So how do we do this? So I wasn't able to do this just by updating different parts of the global active faults database. I decided that I needed to remap everything and link all the available data and theory, and so basically just systematize it. So there's a couple of different ways of doing this. You have to have a full quantitative model of Earth deformation, and the best way to do it is by building a global finite element model. I'm not smart enough to do that, so I went with block models, which are like slightly more simple. They're based on plate tectonic theory, and the mathematics behind it is the same. So blocks are basically spatial polygons. At the largest, they are, tectonic plates like the Pacific plate, all the way down to, these microplates are just spaces in between faults that might be a few kilometers apart. So all of the blocks are bounded by faults or off-fault boundaries, and all faults fall on a block boundary. And with the mathematics of it all are pretty cool. So a block motion is just completely described by 3 numbers, which is called the Euler pole. It can be the latitude, and so the motion of any point or any tectonic plate on the surface of a sphere can be modeled as a rotation around some point on that sphere. So you need a latitude, a longitude, and a rotation rate, and that completely describes the motion of that. And so it's kind of compact mathematically, which is really nice, because then we can combine huge amounts of data into this linear system and solve it. So if we have, on this figure, there's 4 blocks here, and you can think of those dots as geological fault slip rates. So those give you relative block motion at that point. And then, there's an arrow there that could be like a geodetic vector, which gives you the motion of a point relative to some global reference frame. So we can combine all of that through the block model and solve for this system. So we can have the slip rates of every fault in there, even though you don't have measurements. So all of the fault slip rates, as I said, are determined by relative block motions. And we can really increase the precision of those estimates by throwing tons of data at the problem, and as well as having constraints that come from the mathematics of the problem. So the more data that we put in, the more accurate or the more precise the solutions get. And the accuracy probably increases as well. We don't know the true value of anything, so it's really hard to really assess the accuracy. But the more data we put at the problem, we're probably getting closer and closer on average. And the slip rate of variance and covariance is, comes from the data variance and the block geometry. And there's a system for propagating all of that. From the inversion standpoint, currently we're using about 50,000 GNS or GPS vectors and velocity fields that are from our colleagues at Comet that are kind of joint inversions of INSAR and GNSS velocities. We're using hundreds of geologic slip rates. There's hundreds more out there, but that is a very manual process of me finding a paper, figuring out where the point is, and sticking it on the map. So it takes a long time. And then it's a linear problem. We can do a weighted least squares inversion, so we're guaranteed to find the global optimum, and it's relatively fast. And for subduction zones, which I'll talk about in a bit, we have regularization or priors for subduction zones, so we can solve for partial coupling, partial locking along those three-dimensional geometries. And we can also deal with blocks that don't have any data. Some regions are really undermodeled and understudied. And we can get the uncertainties and the covariances from Monte Carlo perturbations of the data. So each data point has, a mean value and an uncertainty, and we can repeatedly perturb those data vectors, getting slightly different values, resolve the system, and then come up with covariances for everything that include fault interaction, or excuse me, how faults might work to accommodate regional deformation. For the mapping component, I mapped almost all of the faults on Earth. And so this is dominantly from interpretations of tectonic geomorphology, seismic and geodetic data, and previous mapping. There's a few places where I went with previous line work, mid-ocean ridges, and then there's some areas like Japan that have undergone many, many phases of deformation, and it's really hard to just look at the data and figure out which faults are active in the current regime and which ones aren't. The Japanese have done a ton of work. I can't match that quality. The second thing that I discovered, I started out just trying to use the global active faults database and build a block model around that, and it doesn't work. That you have to map the faults and the blocks together to get a high quality solution, to account for where you have deformation data, to properly segment the faults, that sort of thing. And so we added as many faults as the deformation data allow. At the beginning, I couldn't, and the system wouldn't, it was, the math, you couldn't solve this system. It was singular if there were blocks that didn't have deformation data. As I built the block modeling program, I was able to add in regularization to accommodate some of that. But we don't want to have, hundreds of blocks without anything. So in some cases, I had to leave out some relatively minor faults, but we're doing pretty well. So I had a target mapping of about 1 to 100,000, which is, I think, appropriate for seismic hazard modeling. It's higher where the data sets allow. So normal faults in deserts, it's extremely clear where the fault trace is. If you have a rainforest that's got reverse faults, it can be a little bit more complex. And then the resolution's lower offshore. We don't have nearly as good bathymetry as we have topographic data. And, and again, it was mapped so that each fault is an independent seismic source, which is not how everyone maps. When you do geologic mapping, you have to map with a purpose, and that slightly changes how the traces result. Fault maps are paintings, not photographs. It's not instrumentally recorded data. There's a component of interpretation that is irreducible, that's not removable. But just as an example of how this compares to others, so on the left here, we have the kind of state of the science block model for Southeastern Asia from a recent paper in Journal of Geophysical Research, the kind of top level of research. So there they have some fault traces, and then they got the slip rates from a 17 block model. On the right, I didn't want to remove those things. So we have 94 blocks. And then we can look here at just a part of this, of the Liqiang area of Yunnan, and you can see the level of detail in the fault maps. The white are the off-fault block boundaries, and the black lines are the faults. So we have really high resolution mapping, and so this allows it to be used for things like fault displacement hazard analysis, which you can't do with the more crude mapping that comes out. So here's the total model geometry. I apologize that some of these figures are very pixelated. We have most of the deforming world. So I'm in the process of finishing up New Zealand, and then I have Taiwan and Iceland. I'll get that done in July, and then we'll have it all. Just another way of looking at the blocks. So you can see in deforming areas, there's tons and tons of tiny blocks. And then, you have things like the Pacific Plate, which is like 30% of the Earth's surface. And it's completely rigid. So here's some more figures that I apologize didn't work on the Windows machine very well. So here's the block model. This is the East African Rift for southern Kenya and northern Tanzania. So the new model is on the left, and what was previously in the Global Active Faults database is on the right. You can see that we're greatly improving both the map resolution and the fault completeness of this area. Similar, this is Sulawesi in eastern Indonesia. And on the left, we have a lot more faults. They're mapped at higher resolution. And you can see in the top, it came out very weird, I apologize, but this is a three-dimensional mesh from slab 2 representing a subduction zone that in the image on the right, was just a straight fault trace. So we're improving on a variety of fronts everywhere we can. So subduction zone modeling is really challenging. For most continental faults, as the crust on either side moves past, the fault is basically completely stuck in the seismogenic portion. Subduction zones are different. So they are, only kind of partially stuck. So the elastic strain that is the energy that causes the earthquakes accumulates at less than the plate convergence rate. And that varies over the spatially over the interface. We don't know if it varies temporally or not, but the evidence out there suggests that the areas that we see the higher coupling corresponds with where we see larger earthquakes in the instrumental and paleoseismic record. But that's an area of active research. So each of those triangles in that image has a both a strike slip strain accumulation rate and a dip slip strain accumulation rate. There are hundreds of thousands or thousands of triangles for each subduction zone. And so this leads to a mathematically underdetermined situation, so we have to use priors or regularization. To do that, we're adding a lot of techniques, such as constraining the block motion to the rake that you would solve for, being able to use focal mechanisms, other things like that to really try to beat down the uncertainties here. So we've got the geometries for nearly all the subduction zones complete. There's a couple more that we have left. Most of it's based on slab 2, and we're only looking about the upper 60 kilometers, the seismogenic portion. We're not looking, extending like slab 2 down to hundreds of kilometers depth. And so the results from these models, with spatially variable coupling, can be used directly for PSHA with Fermi. It's not turnkey like it is with the faults at this point, but with some simple scripts, you can put it in there and you can replicate the strain patterns of strain and moment release on those subduction zones, which is pretty cool. So, you can also take the block motions and extrapolate them forward and back in time. I'm a geologist by training, so I was raised to think in millions of years, not years. So here is the Tibetan Plateau, and this is the northern India that's here in teal at the bottom, and it's going to slam into China. And this is what deformation looks like, over 10 millions of years at the current deformation rates, basically. And so looking at this is a way that we can sort of figure out, does this look right? So I do that testing as I do the inversions a lot. Okay, so all the slip rates, it's really hard to show a figure, of all of the slip rates on Earth. But so I just chose a simple plot here. So we have fault length on the x-axis, and this is in in log scale in kilometers, and then net slip rate on the y-axis, also in log scale in millimeters per year, and then the marginals on the sides. And crustal faults are shown in black, subduction zones are not on here, and then ridges are shown, mid-ocean ridges are in orange, and transform faults are in blue. And one of the things that came out on this is that both of those variables have log normal distributions, which I wasn't anticipating. And we have basically about a mean slip rate, or a modal slip rate, of 3 millimeters a year. And but the ridges and transforms are 10 to 30 times faster, and it's kind of a bimodal distribution. Probably whether it's in, I'm not going to get into that. I couldn't show the uncertainties on this plot, really, but the median uncertainty is 60% of the rate. So we're doing a pretty good job for having all the faults on Earth of having fairly accurate, precise results that I think this is really beneficial when we do hazard modeling. And the lengths of the faults are also, are also log normal. There's a mode around 50 kilometers, if that's of interest to anyone. So here's where we are in terms of including all this in GEM models. So where we have current or in progress models are in red. We basically have all of the Tethyan belt of Asia from Greece all the way through through China as part of 3 models, the MA model of the Middle East, the Central Asia model, and the China model. South America is in progress. Central America is done-ish. And then we have a research model that Tegan Hobbs and I have made for Canada. It's been submitted for publication. It's not part of anyone's official anything yet, and maybe never will be, but but it's in use. So this is where we are. As we continue updating models, the ones that GEM will be taking over, like Africa, that will be incorporated more. Whether our partners want to use this is up to them. So this is the last thing that I want to talk about, and I think it's really important, is that we're dealing with increased model complexity, and the covariances of the uncertainties that we have are really important. And I'm going to kind of gloss over this in the interest of time, and just saw Marco check his watch. But take a system that you have 2 parallel strike slip faults that are accommodating some amount of deformation, and they each have equal means and uncertainties. The kind of classic way we do it is we consider independently. Let's say we want high, medium, and low branches from each of those. That gives you 6 branches total, but multiplicatively it'd be 9 branches. If we know that they are negatively correlated because they're accommodating the same amount of deformation, we can reduce the number of samples needed to represent that, as well as getting rid of highly unlikely branches. So, this is a way of reducing model complexity, which is really important when we want to add in, these additional aspects of both hazard and risk. To get more and more realism, we need to also make sure that we're not including a bunch of unrealistic parameters in logic tree branches. Okay, so the last thing, data sources and model and availability. I've used a lot of different data sources here. Most of the line work is original. And a lot of people have contributed. Primarily, they've contributed geodetic data, or they have given me some verbal feedback on slip rates, or excuse me, on fault geometries. Tegan's done a lot of work kind of wrangling people for Canada and around there for that. The Comet folks helped a lot with Central Asia. So it's going to take me a week or more to trawl through all my emails over the past 7 years and come up with a comprehensive list. If you've given me something, you won't be forgotten. Thank you. And so I'll finish the mapping in July, and it'll probably, doing the global inversion is hard. It works regionally, but there's some parameters that need to be figured out to do it globally. So it's probably going to take through the end of the year before we can say that's version 1 for all the slip rates for the inversion. The fault geometries can be released earlier. So the data and models will all be available on GitHub, the GEM products page, etc. So, okay, thank you all.
Okay. Thank you, Richard. We are a bit late, but that's fine. So now we move to the last presentation on datasets. So with Chris, who's going to describe the work done for the building the global flat file. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. My name's Chris. I work in GEM's Seismic Hazard team for the past 3.5 years or so. And today I'll be presenting one of the data sets that we've used to assist with building the new release of the global Mosaic. And that is the GEM global flat file. So it's a global ground motion homogenization effort. So first thing to do is just to recap for everybody. What is a flat file? So in effect, a flat file, it's just a collection of metadata from processed ground motion recordings. Generally, the way it works is you have a format of 1 recording per row. So for example, you have 1 recording of an event that contains all 3 components, so the 2 horizontal, the 1 vertical. And then within that row, you also contain the source information, so things describing the actual earthquake itself. So for example, the magnitude, the hypocentral location. And then you also contain the site information. So in this case, it's actually just simply a station. So we contain, say, the station location, the VS30, any other geotechnical information we have about that site. And then finally, of course, we actually have the processed scalar ground motion intensity measures that we've obtained through actually processing those records. Or in this case, they've been provided by the authors of the original flat files. And the primary purposes of such data sets is ground motion model selection and development. And why do we need this data for that? Well, in effect, what we have is we have a set of parameters that we can input into ground motion models, and then we can use them to compute expected values of ground shaking to compare against those that we have from the actual recording. So we're doing expected versus observed values of ground shaking, and by that difference, in what we conventionally just call a residual analysis, we can obtain an understanding of how well different ground motion models perform against the data set in the region that we're trying to evaluate them from. And one of the key developments that Marco touched upon in his presentation was simply that these data sets have become much more common in the past 10 years or so. So if we actually went back, as we will in the next slide, to the 2018 Mosaic release, what we will see is that we had far less data. We, in effect, only had 2 data sets. Sorry. So, yeah, we had the NGAOS2 dataset, or the NGA datasets, and the ESM dataset. But now we have far more that we can integrate and homogenize so that we can use them in a single dataset readily within our tools. So yeah, one of the reasons for this homogenization effort is that a significant time investment should not be required by a user to use a dataset simply because it's in a different format. And that's one of the key reasons for this homogenization approach. Yes, so as I was saying, within 2018, you can see that we only had a few data sets. We only had, in effect, the ESM dataset and the NGA datasets, whereas as of present day, we have many data sets. You can see here that we have actually 22 in total, covering many regions of the world where we observe high levels of seismicity. So those include, for example, the very well-known NGA datasets, the ESM dataset, and then more recent ones for high seismicity regions, such as New Zealand and Turkey. So what is this global ground motion flat file? So it's a fully homogenized flat file, and what we mean by that is that we have, over different data sets, we have consistent event and station information, and we also remove duplicate recordings. But in addition to performing this simple homogenization, we actually try and supplement the metadata through incorporating additional sources of information. So one of them is the GEM global catalog, excuse me. So in some of the data sets, they might have very limited event information. So for example, maybe only the hypercentral location and the magnitude. But if we check the GEM global catalog, perhaps we can find information on the nodal plane solutions or any other information, perhaps, for example, better estimates of the hypercentral location itself, or a better depth estimate, or even associated uncertainties in those parameters. We also perform a tectonic classification using the OpenQuake Model Builders Toolkit's classifier tool. So in effect, what we can do is we can, for each event, we can assign a tectonic region, and then that should broadly indicate which are the most appropriate types of ground motion models to apply when you're using the associated recordings of that event against ground motion models within a residual analysis. And a final crucial step is that because we are homogenizing station and earthquake information, is that we then have to recompute the rupture distances, so the distances from the rupture generated from each event to each station. Because obviously, if we retain the original distances that are provided within that flat file, from one of the data sets we've incorporated, those will be incorrect if we've relocated the event. And another important thing to mention is that the flat file is readily usable within the OpenQuake Model Builders Toolkit Strong Motion Tools SMT module for residual analysis, i.e. ground motion model selection. And this was heavily used in this release of the Mosaic to evaluate and re-evaluate the ground motion models that we use in each region. So something you will hopefully recall from Kendra's presentation is that we removed a lot of the older, less reliable models that we realized had severe limitations in specific scenarios. And we were able to use the data included in this globally homogenized flat file to select models to replace those in these regions where we felt like the ground motion models needed revising. And the last point I'll mention on this slide is simply that we fully respect in this homogenization effort the license of each individual data set. So we're not simply putting it all together and then not acknowledging the individual sources of the information, because this is also not useful for the user. You might want to be able to see that a recording's event information is from NGOS2, but then that certain other information was updated from another catalog. So for example, NGOS3, which is obviously the one usurping it. So here's just a breakdown by the tectonic region classification using the OpenQuake Model Builder Toolkit. And you can see that we have a substantial amount of events for each of the main tectonic region types. So crustal, so that includes active, shallow crustal, and stable. And then we have intraslab and interface. And then we have broadly categorized as other here, which contains outer rise, deep, and then simply events that could not be classified, so they're just unknown. Here we just have a plot which is just showing the maximum horizontal PGA per H3 cell of resolution 2, and this is only for events of moment magnitude 5 or greater. And I only have this slide to show that we simply have an abundance of data for not just small events, but also for events of engineering significance. And this provides potentially interesting opportunities in the future for interrogating on a global scale characteristics between earthquakes in different regions. So the actual homogenization process, just to provide a quick overview of that actual process itself. So here's an arbitrary example where we have two data sets. So for example, imagine we have NGOS3, and then we have the ESM data sets. The first step in this homogenization process is that we just identify records for the same event in different data sets, but with different earthquake parameters. And then we use the event information in the higher ranked database. And by higher ranked, I simply mean the one that we have subjectively said that we trust more when we are performing this homogenization. So we might say that one of them we have more confidence in, and therefore we're quite subjectively, as I was saying, using that information to replace as the definitive information for that event. Then, following that step, we can do a couple of extra supplementary steps. So as I was saying, we can try and supplement the information for that event using the GEM global catalog to perhaps fill in missing strike, dip, rate parameters, etc., or provide improved estimates of the hypercentral location entirely if we have little confidence in the original one. Additionally, we run, of course, the tectonic region classification to provide a tectonic region for each of the events. We also, I should say, retain the original tectonic classification if one was provided in the original flat file, and this is useful because it provides a means of comparing our own classification results to those that were derived by the authors of the original dataset that we're incorporating in the global flat file. And then once we've performed this homogenization and this improvement of the event information, we can then perform a simple process, in effect repeating what we performed for the events, but with the stations, where we identify duplicate stations. We use the data set which we believe has superior information, and then we can just perform a deduplication of the recordings themselves. And the final step is simply to recompute the distances. We can do this using the OpenQuake engine because, of course, we can construct finite ruptures for each event using the updated source information for each event here. And then we recompute the distances to the remaining, for the stations that are associated with the remaining recordings. And this results in our fully homogenized global coverage flat file. So just an example of some of the important important information that is retained in the flat file. So in terms of event information, we of course have useful information such as the date time and the ISC event ID. We have the hypercentral location, the magnitudes, the nodal plane solutions, any finite rupture information. So for example, the width and the length of a rupture model if it was used to compute the rupture distances in the original data set, and the rupture distances weren't actually recomputed because otherwise there would be an inconsistency there in the information. We also keep track, as I was saying, of our classification of the tectonic region versus that provided in the original data set. And another very important thing is that we actually track the homogenization process. So for example, if you look up one of the events, you will see an event homogenization flag. And why this is important is because you want to have complete clarity in that some of the event information from one of those events was actually in the original data set was replaced with the information from another data set. So keeping track of this information also for the station information and the record homogenization, that's very important for full transparency for anyone else using the data set. Because, for example, an author of one of these flat files, they might look up their event, and then they see that actually we've changed the metadata, and we don't want any confusion there. We want full transparency. And again, just a quick repeat for the station and the record information. You can see that we provide all of the essential information here. So obviously the station location, station code, network code, VS30, very importantly, the VS30 measurement type, because not all VS30s are obviously obtained through measured profiles. Some of them are using high uncertainty methods such as estimates from topographic slope, basin parameters. So what I mean there is depth to reference shear wave velocities, so the commonly used Z1.0 and Z2.5 parameters in ground motion models that consider basin effects. The volcanic back arc flag, because that's often also considered in ground motion models for subduction zones. And then finally, as I was saying, we have a repeat of that for the record metadata. So we keep track of the actual distances from each event to each station, some of them recomputed within the OpenQuake engine if relocation was performed. We have the scalar ground motion intensity measures. We have values provided for horizontal components 1 and 2, the vertical, and then these rotational measures, so ROT-D50, ROT-D00, and ROT-D100. And we also keep track of other useful information, such as the shortest and longest usable periods. And that's about that. But why do we retain all of that information? You might have guessed that the main reason is because we want to have all of the input parameters for every GMP conceivable. And I think we're doing a fairly good job so far of keeping track of all of the information that could be needed by any of the ground motion models. I think the last parameter that I had to add because it was in effect missing, but useful for some of the models, was the station back arc parameter. But obviously that's quite easy to compute if we have the geometries of the volcanic fronts to compute for each station. And this is why we actually retain the information, because what we want to be able to do with it when we're evaluating ground motion models is that we want to firstly be able to reconstruct the finite rupture. And you can see from this thick black line here, which is the rupture plane, this is, in theory, a rupture plane that has been generated within the OpenQuake engine using the inputs describing the event from the flat file. So for example, the hypercentral location, which includes the depth, the moment magnitude, information regarding the strike, the dip, and the rate. And then importantly, because we perform a tectonic region classification, we have an approximate idea of an appropriate magnitude scaling relationship and aspect ratio to use when defining this rupture. So we can, in theory, very well reconstruct the finite rupture for each event. And then, of course, we have the locations of the stations here represented by the site label here. And then once we have an accurate description of the rupture and the location of the site, we can recompute these important distances that are used within GMM. So for example, the joiner bore distance, the rupture distance, the epicentral distance, which I'm sure you're all very familiar with. And this is obviously letting us, in effect, replicate as best as possible a ground shaking scenario from which, using the GMM, we can then compute predicted values by those models. And this is important because of this process called residual analysis. And residual analysis, just to put it very simply, for the sake of this presentation, is when we compare the values predicted by ground motion models and the values from the recordings, and then we just compute distributions of those, and then based on the shapes of these distributions and the statistics we can compute from them, we can tell how well a ground motion model is performing. And this is something that the OpenQuake Model Builders Toolkit, the Strong Motion Tools module, is specifically developed for. And in the context of the ground motion flat file, what we can do is we can take this ground motion flat file, this globally homogenized one, we can filter it to the region of interest, and then we can simply use the existing capabilities within this toolkit to pass the data set, that subset of the flat file, into metadata. We can run the residual analysis quite seamlessly, and then we can compute these important distributions of residuals. So you can see here, for example, I have one for the Lanzano et al. 2019 ground motion model, which is developed for Italy for crustal events. And then, it's for PGA. And here's just some examples of the outputs, the visualization outputs of the residuals from the Strong Motion tools. So you can see here, for example, we're tracking each major component of the residuals, so the total, the between event and the within event with respect to a given input parameter. So here it's rupture distance, but you can also plot, for example, against, magnitude, VS30, focal depth, any input parameter of a GMM. And here's just an example of Euclidean distance-based ranking. So this is to put it simply, this is a performance metric that summarizes the performance of GMPs. And what you should take away from this plot is that the lower this score, this EDR, per vibrational period, that means the GMM that we're evaluating is performing better here. And what you can see here is that Bohr et al. 2020, a ground motion model developed for Greece, it's near consistently the lowest overall vibrational periods. And that makes sense because we're testing here against a data set, a subset from the flat file for Albania and Greece. Okay. So here's another example of using the global flat file in a different context outside of the Mosaic. So we have a finite rupture matching algorithm called GEIS. We take the hypercentral location and the magnitude of an event, and then what we can do is we can extract a matching finite rupture from the Mosaic seismic source characterizations. What we can also do by checking the flat file for the given event is that we can automatically extract station data available for that event and convert it to OpenQuake format for use in the conditioning of ground motion fields to adjust the predicted levels of ground shaking for that given event in combination with the rupture we've just extracted using this algorithm. Okay, so here's actually a quick example of how we used the flat file in a detailed ground motion characterization activity for the Mosaic. So this was for the new Central America model developed as part of the FORCE project. And what we did is we gridded the residuals, and the purpose of this was to consider the correlation between different total residuals. And what we were able to do is we were able to develop some pseudo backbone ground motion models. You can see here an example for the in-slab where we have two models. So we're still using the conventional multi-model approach, but then we're scaling them based on the physical information to obtain, as I was saying, a pseudo backbone rather than a true backbone where you have one model. And this is my last slide. So this is a new use case. This is a model that we're currently developing. It's GEM's first partially non-ergodic ground motion model. So in effect, a ground motion model where we are on the fly adjusting the predictions by the model based on locally available information. And because South America is a continent-spanning model, obviously it's very rare to find a single data set that covers this entire region. And this is a good use case, therefore, for the GEM global flat file, because we've already homogenized the information for data sets from, say, Colombia, Chile, Peru. So we have plenty of data here. And all I'll say just to finish up is that, yeah, so what we were doing here is we were jointly solving for source, site, and path corrections using a constrained least squares approach to avoid trade-offs when solving for these individually. And yeah, I think it's interesting because we're increasing or adjusting the resolution using a densifying H3 grid, where if we have more data points, we're simply using a finer resolution adjustment. Okay, that is my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, so now we are moving to the last presentation. So from models, data sets, now we are going back to results, and Manuela Villani is going to explain us the update to CISO, the global stochastic event set. Let's make sure that it's completely off.
This is really the last presentation, and you're free to go. I'm giving an update on the stochastic event set. The project is called CISOs, and some of you have heard about it before from last year, and some of you have already used it. The project started in 2024, and the main goal is to create a data set of ruptures at a global scale that we can then use for computing ground motion fields and in hazard and risk calculations. We released the first version of the dataset in June 2025. It was spanning 100,000 years with a minimum magnitude of 5. A few months ago, we released another version, which was just an update of the previous one, compatible with the 2023 hazard model, in conjunction with the release of a new version of the engine, which made all the calculations much more efficient and faster. And now we are releasing the new version. This is completely consistent with the new release of the seismic hazard model. And to use CISOs, we need 3 steps, and I will explain them during the presentation. First of all, we need to define the mosaic of sources this time. Then we compute the ruptures within each of the model, and then we can get hazard and risk results. So this map shows what we use in 2025. This is a map of the seismic source models covered by each of the models. What changed now is that, as you have heard during the morning, we added the oceans and we changed some of the models. The addition of the oceans is very important because it gives us also sources that may contribute for the cost, to the hazard along the coast from ocean sources. So we need to be careful on how we define the boundary, not only between inland models, but also between the coast, along the coast. This is the new release of the dataset. This version is cover all inland models. It spans 100,000 years as before, with the minimum magnitude 5, and the maps here shows the number of earthquakes we expect for each location on the inland on the globe. As we expect, of course, the colors represent the number of ruptures and reflect the pattern we expect in terms of seismicity and hazard. And this is the same map, but in terms of activity rate, darker the color, more frequent events are. Not only we define the data set in terms of... Okay. Not only we computed a data set in terms of inland, but also now that we have a full coverage of the globe, we computed a data set including also the oceans. I'm not showing a map because it's just too colored, everything. But we have 200 million ruptures starting with the minimum magnitude of 4, and 150 millions are between 4 and 5. And if just out of curiosity, we create a Gutenberg-Richter, a magnitude frequency distribution, and we obtain a slope of 1, which you know is the default value we usually use in seismic hazard, we expect in seismic hazard. So going to applications, how we use these. These, I said already last year, one of the main advantages of using CISOs is that you can have sites all around the globe, and you run just one job, having the dataset as your source and ground motion characterization. So this is very useful, and we use these just to also verify our results. In these sorry, I'm back one. So in this slide, you can see the comparison between seismic hazard curves of classical PSHA in black, the normal event-based PSHA, and the event-based PSHA run with CISOs. And you can see that there is a very good match between the three. In particular, of course, the event-based at very long return period are more unstable than the classical PSHA, but in general, we see a very good match up to 2475 years return period. But in particular, in this run of the global seismic hazard map, we use CISOs for offshore sites. This is one of the examples. This is a very tricky area offshore where there is a conjunction of 4 different models. In general, if we want to homogenize in terms of results, acceleration, it becomes very difficult and challenging. So what we did in this area is defining this polygon that you see in the right image, where we compute all the sites there through CISOs. So instead of harmonize the results in terms of results, we are harmonize the sources using CISOs. We compute the results and they are already homogenized. Another application is here between, of course, inland and offshore. And this is an example in India, where we have on the top the India model, on the bottom the oceans results. And if we use CISOs, these are already homogenized offshore. And so in general, for the building the global seismic hazard maps, we use CISOs offshore in transition zones between 100 and 500 kilometers in order to homogenize to account both for sources that come from a land model and sources that come from the oceans model. And we use what you see here, those shaded line areas in the global seismic hazard map. And as also another application, the seismic risk team will talk about this. Instead of using single models to compute risk results, they can now use regions, and for each region, they use the CSOS dataset to then come up with the risk results. And this is my last slide. So what we have now is a new Rapture dataset that covers all the globe. What we will release is a dataset that covers inland. The entire globe is 50 gigabyte, and many source areas are not useful for risk calculations. We have also tools to post-process the results that can be included in the model building toolkit, and we can run event-based calculation with the functionality included in the OQ engine. What we want to do next is improving how the raptures are computed at the boundary between two models. At the moment, there is like a hard border, a boundary between one model and the other. What we would like is a buffer zone where both sources from both models might be considered. Thank you.
So this is ending the session. We can make you suffer for a few additional minutes. If you want, we can take a couple of questions. Don't know if there's any pressing question that you want to ask regarding the presentations that you saw in this second part of the morning. So you are all feeling very hungry. So then I give Helen.
Okay. So let's go and get some lunch. But just to remind you, there's two places, two routes to get to lunch, either at the back of the room or down the stairs. It would help if you're not starving, maybe don't go straight away, just to avoid queues on the stairs. So maybe leave it 10, 15 minutes, and we have 1.5 hours, so we have plenty of time for lunch. So we will be back here at 2:30 for the afternoon session. Thanks.
Can I please ask you to take your seats? Let's go. We'll start soon. Okay, I think we can start. So in the morning, we've seen already a general presentation of the update of the global seismic risk model, and I already included some teasers of how some of the components behind the model, but also how we are planning to expand the model. I think the slide that Helen included explains very well that we're expanding in time, in space, and I don't remember what were the other two things, but they were very appropriate. And for this afternoon, we're going to have 4 presentations. So 2 of them are explaining some of these new components behind the model, and then another one is more about the space part, how we are expanding this. We have a first one, which is going to be the seismic vulnerability by our vulnerability lead. The global vulnerability model suffered a major change, and this is something that I believe it is worth to be presented and discussed. Then how we are already expanding to other perils in other types of assets, in this case, the road exposure. How we are taking into account now the environmental impact of earthquakes, in particular, how we are accounting for embodied carbon, and this is something that is quite important if you want to account for the contribution of earthquakes for climate change. And finally, the last one is how we are also taking into account how the risk is progressing in the future. So we're going to start now with our vulnerability lead, Almoyed Nafe, please Mo, which is going to tell us about the next generation of global seismic vulnerability model.
Thank you very much, Vitor. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Almoyed Billah Nafi, also known as Mo. You might know me as the guy who struck the cringiest post in one of Vitor's teasers. I don't have any football jokes for you today, but instead I would like to present the recent advances and developments that we've been carrying out in the vulnerability space for the last 3 years. But before we look ahead, I think it's worth pausing to just appreciate what we're building on. So this map shows the global distribution of works that have cited the Martins and Silva paper of 2023, which is a companion paper of the vulnerability model of the year 2023. So researchers, insurers, government agencies, and humanitarian organizations across continents really have staked decisions on this work. And that kind of trust is not given lightly in this field, and we do not take it lightly either. This global adoption also comes with responsibility. So the community trusts this model. So when we release a new version, we don't want it to just be incrementally refreshed, but also meaningfully better. The V2023 model was a foundation model, but here's what nobody tells you about a model that is widely used. Its limitations, those say contained, but they travel, so they get inherited by downstream analyses, especially in the risk quantification space. And so for 3 years, we've been asking ourselves the question, what could we do to make it better? And then we answered it. And here's version 2026 of the vulnerability model. So what's new? The first thing V2026 delivers is extended class coverage that is genuinely comprehensive. So we've substantially extended the range of lateral load resisting systems across engineered and non-engineered classes. So this matters because global earthquake risk is not just driven by modern reinforced concrete towers, let's say, in wealthy cities or shopping centers, for example, that were highly designed for modern seismic provisions. But the bulk of exposure and the bulk of casualties in major events, they come from informal and non-engineered construction, built with little or no seismic design provisions. If our vulnerability model does not represent these structures accurately, then we become systematically blind to the world's most vulnerable populations and communities. And the expansion of these building classes is covered, and it extends to other primary vulnerability modifiers, such as primary construction material, height categories, seismic design code levels, and earthquake-resistant design levels. This granularity means the model can speak to the real diversity of the built environment and help us advance a more reliable risk assessment at the global scale. So from low-rise unreinforced masonry structures that have been designed to no code whatsoever, to high-rise concrete designed to the highest seismic standards, whatever portfolio you're assessing, whatever country you're working in, V2026 will most likely have a building class that fits. The second major advance concerned ground motion and ground shaking. Any vulnerability model is only as good as the shaking scenarios it's been trained against. So for V2026, we have assembled a carefully curated ground motion record set of 700 records from many international databases and facilitated from Brooks's flat file, as you presented earlier. It's been specifically designed for nonlinear time history analysis, and what you see here is a distribution across global tectonic region types, so active, shallow, subduction, stable continental, so on. And the word sufficient in the framing of this slide's title is deliberate. So we're not just using a large number of records, but we're actually using a statistically sufficient set to meaningfully propagate the variability in the ground shaking that buildings around the world will actually experience. Now, the engine under the hood, and this is where I think V2026 makes its most important technical leap. So in V2023, we represented buildings as single degrees of freedom systems, or SDOFs. Why? Because they're simple, they're fast, which means you can get through a ton of analysis in a short amount of time. They're also intuitive for understanding the fundamental behavior of buildings, building classes, but they do not tell you the whole story, and their cons kind of outweighs their pros. They ignore higher modes of vibration, they can capture complex failure mechanisms like soft story collapses, and have a very small range of applicability where they become highly efficient for high to tall structures and are limited in the amount of information you can extract out of. So for a global model used to inform policy and investment decisions, those are limitations that we felt compelled to address in V2026. Enter multi-degree of freedom stick and mass models for the V2026 model, and the key word here is actually efficient. So these are not expensive, full finite element models such as archetypes, but they are purpose-built to give you the physics you need at a computational cost that can be sustained at global scale. And what you gain here is substantial, so we can explicitly capture stiffness degradations, mass irregularities, and so on in this new model. And more critically, we can capture story and floor level demands such as deformations and accelerations that can drive the losses in many of the building components. So this is not just an incremental refinement, I would say. It's more of a fundamentally more honest representation of how buildings could behave. Now, better structural models demand better probabilistic seismic demand modeling, and V2026 delivers on that too. So we use a modified cloud analysis approach that explicitly handles collapse and dynamic instability cases, which classical methods either ignore or tend to mishandle. So the result are fragility models that are statistically more precise in the tails of the distribution, where everything becomes more consequential. So this can be either events that live in the frequent return periods or high return periods, high consequences. And this is where accuracy actually matters here. So the fourth advance is resolution. V2026 introduces 2 layers of final resolution that work together. So first, we have region-specific models. So we now account for regional differences in non-structural component inventories, quantities, their fragilities, and the consequence models that are attached to them. So this means the repair cost given as a ratio of the replacement cost. So, for example, a commercial building in Japan and in Europe, let's say, might share the same structural system, but their non-structural inventories, partitions, ceilings, MEP, and many other components are not so similar. And this is what drives the economic consequences of damaging these components. Second, on the final resolution part, so we've got story and floor-based modeling. Because the multi-degree of freedom framework that we've implemented in V2026 gives us demands at each level, we can now directly integrate these demands at a story and floor level with story and floor level consequences. And these consequence models are derived from extensive component level data. And the result is a model that doesn't just tell you, is this building class, what is this building class, and what is the probability of damage, but it tells you where in the building damage concentrates and what are the components that are actually being damaged given a ground shaking intensity. And what this means in economic and human terms is that we can actually bypass the building level fragility and many approximations to actually get a more accurate and reliable loss assessment. So all of these technical developments feed into a substantial amount and expanded product suite. So on the economic side, we cover structural loss, non-structural, and contents loss, and the aggregated building loss, which mixes both structural and non-structural, and the total loss, aggregating all the components mentioned above with region-specific factors that's been trained on the exposure data. We now produce models also beyond fatalities and population rendered homeless, such as affected population and injuries, which is a particularly useful model for event response applications. And for the first time ever, I'm very happy to be here witnessing this, a global vulnerability model for embodied carbon. So by linking building damage to material supply chain and emissions, this version of the vulnerability model delivers a region-specific loss model to estimate the carbon footprint of damage to buildings due to earthquakes. So for organizations working at the intersection of disaster risk resilience and climate strategy, this is a capability that is simply has not existed until now. And we're very proud to have it with this release. And we built it because we believe that the world needs it with the advancement in sustainability and sustainability-based research. But I'm not gonna talk more on it. This is just simply a teaser. So I will cede the stage later to my colleagues, the great Martina Caruso and my wingman here, Karim Al-Jawhari, to talk about all aspects which address embodied carbon advancements associated with exposure, risk, and vulnerability. So a model of this scope is only credible if it's been rigorously tested, right? So for this, we built a 4-tier validation framework that brings together all the risk components from hazard to exposure to vulnerability. And the first tier is internal model consistency. So basically checking whether the model outputs are consistent with the inputs and the assumptions that were integrated into the model. The second tier is risk metric sanity checks. So making sure that aggregated risk estimates sit within physically plausible ranges. This could be average annual loss ratios or average annual collapse probabilities, for example. The third tier is the integration of historical scenario and historical scenario testing, by which we run the model against well-documented past earthquakes and compare the outputs with the observed damage and losses so that we can validate our production on the ground truth itself. And the fourth tier is the full event-based risk to validate the performance at the portfolio level. Now together, these 4 tiers give us and our users justified confidence in the model, and that we are releasing it to be fit for a purpose. And once all of these tests have passed, we can deem the model ready for deployment and for public release. So to make this, let's say, more concrete, let me just walk you through one case study which we've adopted. So it's Hispaniola, the island that is shared both by Haiti and the Dominican Republic. So this is one of the highest risk landscapes in the Western Hemisphere, and the contrast between the two countries is noticeable. On the Haitian side, we see that masonry dominates at almost 75% of the building stock, while timber accounts for almost 17%, with informal construction being at almost 4%. Critically, over 86% of these buildings have no seismic design code at all. Low-rise construction is nearly universal at almost 100% in Haitian side, while the Dominican Republic has a more diverse and somewhat better design stock, but still heavily dominated by low-rise masonry. So with the extension and with the large coverage of these vulnerability models, our vulnerability profile for these two populations may look very different, but with all of the attributes that we have integrated into this V2026 model, we can now say that we have a better understanding of the distributions of all of the building classes present within these two portfolios. And this kind of granularity really is what enables a credible scenario risk assessment and risk-informed decision-making at the national or subnational level. The model is available in 2 tiers. So we've got country-specific models covering structural, non-structural contents, and fatality losses, which are openly accessible through our GitHub model repository to your left, and a supplementary tier which includes the full suite of human and economic-based loss models, which is available through a request and license process. And now, trust me, I can really talk about this all day long, but unfortunately, I only have probably 5 more minutes left. So to spare you the sound of my own voice, you can find the 3 minutes left. Oh, wow. Okay, so you can find the full documentation linked here if you just scan that QR code, and you will find both inputs, outputs, and the in-betweens of our vulnerability model, from capacity models that we adopt in the multi-degree of freedom system to the ground motion records we use, the entire structural analysis results, so you can actually view the clouds of points and how we fitted a IM-EDP relationship for each of these building classes. And we encourage anyone who wants to engage deeply with the methodology that we present here to check it out. There are interactive viewers everywhere in all sections, so yeah. And yeah, so far, everything we've discussed has been about buildings, right? And buildings matter enormously, trust me, but let me leave you with a thought before I step off. When we talk about seismic risk, we tend to reach instinctively for buildings, portfolio, how many structures, what's the damage level, what's the loss. I mean, it's a natural thought, true, but it's an incomplete one, because the built environment is not just a collection of buildings, it is a living system, roads, bridges, primary, secondary networks, and power grids, supply chains, etc. And it's made up of this intricate web of infrastructure that connects everything and everyone. So seismic risk, properly understood, is a network problem, not really just a structural analysis problem. And at GEM, we are working on it. So to tell you about what we are doing in the infrastructure risk space, please allow me to introduce my colleague, Katarina Costa, to the stage, so she can tell you more. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mo, for the introduction. So as Mo mentioned in his presentation, we will focus on liquefaction as one of the earthquake consequences and how it can contribute to infrastructure disruption. But before we get into the methods and models, let us make sure that we all are aligned with the basics of liquefaction. So liquefaction occurs when 3 main ingredients come together. We need a dynamic component, which is usually the ground shaking, but we need also saturated conditions and susceptible soil layers. As we see, liquefaction is not only controlled by shaking alone, but it needs the presence of these 3 ingredients to occur. When all these 3 ingredients line up, what happens is that pore water pressure increases, the effective stress is reduced, and the soil loses strength and stiffness, essentially behaving like a fluid. As a consequence, the grounds will start to deform, foundations will sink, buildings will tilt, which is the common behavior that we see. But it has also other effects. So underground infrastructure, for example, can float to the surface. We have seen this happening repeatedly, frequently in the past events, and usually, as I said, one of the most identifiable damages that we see related with liquefaction is this tilting of buildings, but it's not the only one. But is what we see, for example, here in this complex that was affected in Niigata. More recently, also in Christchurch, we saw some massive damages due to liquefaction, which affected many, many buildings due to differential settlements, as we see in the picture. And there are many other examples of how liquefaction contributed to the losses. Most of the figures we see here are related with the direct losses of buildings and infrastructure, but fail to account for indirect losses, for example, due to road disruptions, damage to water or electrical systems. That is why, in addition to understanding where liquefaction can occur, we need to understand also which systems and how they are affected. So how do we do this? Traditionally, liquefaction has been modeled, evaluated using geotechnical and numerical models, often at the site scale. But this is only possible if we have detailed geotechnical information about the region, about the site that we are analyzing. So these methods are impossible or very difficult to apply consistently over large areas or at a global scale. For global assessments, we have geospatial models that provide a practical approach. They use different variables that are available at a global scale and that are used as proxies to the conditions that influence liquefaction and are available in different formulations like logistic regressions or machine learning models. These models, it's important to note that these models do not replace the geotechnical and numerical models, but they are useful to identify areas where liquefaction is expected to occur and where further detailed studies can be carried out. So in this slide, we show some examples of the proxies that we use, that geospatial models use to estimate liquefaction. These include proxies related to soil density on the left, which is the VS30, slope, and distance to water bodies, among others, as well as proxies related to the saturation on the right, as we see, for example, the groundwater depth and precipitation. In our modeling workflow, what we do is we put these input variables and combine them with ground shaking estimates, such as PGA and PGV, to estimate the liquefaction probability for one specific event. In this analysis, we use two models to represent part of the epistemic uncertainty that we have when we select a specific model. So we use the logistic model by Alstad and the machine learning model by Todorovic and Silva, which was developed in-house. Using these models, we can calculate the liquefaction probabilities for each event. Then, using the event-based approach implemented in OpenQuake, we can go from individual events to the stochastic event set, and we can compute annualized losses of exceeding a specific metric that we choose. So in this map that we see here, and in the results that you'll see after, we use the annualized rate of exceeding 20% of liquefaction spatial extent, which is commonly used as an indicator of severe liquefaction manifestations. Using this workflow, we were able to create this global map, which shows exactly the annualized rate of exceeding 20% of LSE. We can see in this map that, first of all, the pattern is highly heterogeneous, as expected, and that elevated rates do not simply follow the areas where shaking is high, but result from the combination of seismic hazard with geological conditions that are favorable to liquefaction and also saturated conditions. This map gives us a broad pattern, but then we can zoom into specific regions. For example, when we look closely at areas with higher liquefaction, we notice that they are concentrated essentially in coastal plains, river valleys, sedimentary basins, and these patterns are found in parts of Central and South America, but also in East and Southeast Asia and the Pacific region, and also in other regions that I'm not highlighting here. In this map, the stars indicate events where liquefaction was documented, and we see that the patterns in the map are consistent with past events. For example, we see here pictures of the damage that occurred during the Haiti event, and also the event that occurred in Ecuador on the bottom, as both are regions where the map also predicts high liquefaction occurrence. In Southeast Asia, now on the other side, we can see similar patterns. The Kobe earthquake is well known for the extensive liquefaction-related damage, but also more recently, last year, we had the example of Mandalay, where also extensive liquefaction damages were reported. Okay, so far we've focused mainly on how liquefaction affects buildings, but however, when it was already introduced by Vitor, we know that liquefaction consequences go much beyond that and affect, have important impacts on infrastructure, which can be equal or even greater than the building damage. So at GEM, if we want to start covering other components of the earthquake impacts, as Ellen mentioned in the morning as well, and provide better estimates of earthquake risk in the future, infrastructure risk is something that we really need to start considering. But where do we start? How do we start this? Well, we started by implementing these liquefaction models in OpenQuake and producing the global map that I just presented. And then we started by trying to understand how this map, how are roads exposed to this liquefaction, to liquefaction. Why roads? Well, for two main reasons. First, because they are fundamental for the accessibility post-earthquake emergency operations, recovery after events. But secondly, also because due to a more practical reason, is because the global road network is already available in OpenStreetMap, so we can use it directly. And that's what we did. We retrieved the road data set from OpenStreetMap. The road data set includes about 17.5 million kilometers of roads. It's more extensive, but here we included only highways, primary, secondary, and tertiary roads, as you see here. It's interesting to know that tertiary roads account for almost half of the entire data set, and also that around 40% of the data set is concentrated only in 3 countries, China, US, and India. We can see also in the map that the distribution of roads in the globe is not uniform, as expected, due to difference in infrastructure patterns, but also in the development levels of each country. But also something that is important is differences in the OpenStreetMap completeness in different areas of the world and in the road classification. So what we did was to overlay this map with the global liquefaction and the global hazard map to estimate how roads are exposed to both hazards. And in this slide compares exactly that, the total exposure to shaking and to liquefaction. On the left, we see the length of roads exposed to high ground shaking, which is defined here as a PGA above 0.3 for the 475 return period. And this road length is significant, is more than 10% of the entire data set. On the right, we show the total road length of exposed to severe liquefaction. This value is much smaller than the length exposed to shaking as expected, but it's still significant if we think that it's equivalent, for example, to all the roads in Germany. Although we see that liquefaction is less widespread, its concentration in specific regions can still lead to important consequences, because in particular when these roads are located in urban areas or ports or strategic urban corridors, transportation corridors. Looking more closely at ground shaking, this plot shows the percentage of roads exposed to increasing PGA levels. We can see that around 20% of the road network is exposed to a PGA higher than 0.2. And looking at the country level results on the right, it's also interesting to know that 14 countries have at least 90% of the road network exposed to PGA above 0.3. This highlights that shaking is really widespread in several countries. But when we repeat this same type of analysis for liquefaction occurrence, the percentages are much smaller. This is expected because liquefaction, as we saw in the beginning, requires not only shaking, but also susceptible soils and saturated conditions to occur. Still, when we look at the country statistics on the right, some countries show important levels of exposure to liquefaction. For example, Japan has around 36% of its road network located in areas where severe liquefaction manifestations are expected to occur at least once in 475 years. And this reinforces the main point that liquefaction exposure is less widespread and shaking, but it can be highly concentrated on specific regions. This regional example of the Philippines helps us to visualize a bit better why the spatial concentration is important. In this region, liquefaction is concentrated in the lowland areas, which is exactly where cities and population, as you see on the top left, the location of the cities, which is exactly where cities and population and many road corridors are concentrated. So if we compare the liquefaction pattern with the shaking map on the top left, we see that the highest liquefaction rates do not follow the areas of highest shaking. But instead they result from a combination of shaking and other conditions like the groundwater depth that we see here on the bottom left. So even if the total percentage of roads is not exposed to liquefaction is relatively small, the affected segments may correspond to important corridors and transportation routes between cities and between the port, for example. If we look now at a real example like Christchurch, we can see how liquefaction can really impact large urban areas. When we look at this picture, it looks as first as the river flooded the city, but this is actually the result of liquefaction. In this event, liquefaction produced very large volumes of ejecta, and the cleanup of those liquefaction products became immediate post-earthquake emergency, a priority, and it took more than 2 months to complete. So during this period, roads and residential areas had to be cleared before the normal recovery activities could continue. This is just one example of how liquefaction can really become an operational problem in emergency conditions and in the restoration of urban services after events. So going back to the Hispaniola case that Vitor and Mo introduced, we now have one more layer of knowledge, right? So as we show here for Haiti and the Dominican Republic, we are now able to identify, not only for this island, but for every country in the globe, the areas of higher liquefaction hazard. We see that specifically in this case, these areas tend to align with the main cities. And by overlaying this liquefaction layer with the road network, we can not only identify where roads are concentrated, but also develop, for example, rankings, as we see on the right, of the regions where roads are more exposed, not only in absolute, but only in relative terms. And we can also identify specific transportation corridors that have higher potential of being affected. For example, some segments, if you look at the routes between Santiago and Cap Haitien, that road corridor seems to align exactly with areas of higher liquefaction. So it's more likely to be affected when an event happens. This type of information, of course, can be useful to support disaster risk reduction and preparedness measures, as we can start to better understand and identify specifically these areas, which will be more affected by liquefaction, and where local studies may be more useful, may be more needed, but also where redundancy and emergency access should be more re-evaluated, let's say. So as shown in this presentation, damage from shaking and liquefaction can really lead to substantial demolition, repair, and reconstruction needs. We know that these activities carry also environmental costs, so which will be the focus of the next presentation. And for that, I will now hand over to Martina. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks, Katarina, for the introduction. So, indeed, we are typically used to measuring the consequences of natural disasters, including earthquakes, in terms of human losses, economic impact, or number of buildings collapsed. However, what we're trying to say here is that we need to start thinking about the environmental burden that such kind of events generate alongside their economic and social losses. Earthquake-induced damage can indeed cause an increase of embodied carbon emissions, which arise mostly from material supply, components manufacturing, and construction activities that are due to repair and reconstruction activities following seismic events. As an example, the 2023 Turkey-Syria earthquake sequence produced around 17 million tons of carbon emissions. Let us put this number into some perspective. It is around the 25% of Turkey's construction sector emissions in the same year. To go deeper into the topic, we can make use of a simple analogy. We can think of the building stock as a forest which stores carbon due to years of tree growth. In the same way, we can think of the building stock as a structure that embodies carbon due to years and years of construction activity. When a wildfire happens, then a huge amount of carbon is released into the atmosphere. In the same way, when earthquakes can trigger a huge amount of carbon emissions due to repair and reconstruction activities after seismic events. this spike of carbon emissions is almost never accounted for in environmental impact reporting frameworks, whether in terms of carbon or in terms of energy demand or in terms of waste generated or debris generated. While we have seen, by just looking at one simple example with the Turkey event, that these events can be very significant. So where do earthquake-induced impact fit into environmental impact assessments of buildings? European standards typically divide the building life cycle into 4 main stages: production, construction, use and maintenance, and end of life. Across all these phases, environmental impacts can be measured in terms of greenhouse gases, which can be quantified in terms of carbon dioxide equivalents, which from now on we'll just simply refer to as carbon. Again, during building life cycle, buildings can generate both embodied and operational carbon. Operational carbon is limited to the emissions due to energy and water use during building operation, while embodied carbon refers to emissions from all the other phases, and it's more related to emissions embedded in materials and buildings component. So we can now see how earthquake-induced repair and reconstruction activities can be an additional source of embodied carbon during the building service life. And if we want to measure environmental consequences of earthquakes as a yearly carbon loss, then we can think of treating those impacts as recurring impact throughout the building life cycle. This brings me to the concept of average annual embodied carbon, which is the environmental equivalent of other risk metrics that we are more familiar with, like average annual losses or average annual fatalities. Now that we have a shared vocabulary, we can understand how we have integrated this environmental dimension into our seismic risk models by going through all of them. So first, we have seismic hazard models, which describe the frequency of exceeding of ground shaking intensity at any location globally. Second, we have, as we have seen, exposure models, which characterize our building stock. And indeed, what we have added is a carbon attribute to measure how much carbon is stored in our residential, commercial, and industrial buildings, like the forests we were mentioning before. Third, we have vulnerability functions, which link ground shaking intensity to related consequences. As Mo anticipated before, we have extended our database to include carbon-specific vulnerability function that describe how we can translate seismic damage into carbon losses. Starting from exposure. So we started from a very small scale because we have identified some building archetypes that are representative of modern buildings that would be used today to replace damaged buildings. For such archetype buildings, we have quantified reasonable quantities of structural and non-structural components, as Mo also anticipated before. For such components, we have extensively collected average embodied carbon factors, which measure the emissions due to material supply, again, components manufacturing and construction activities on site to build the new buildings. Also, importantly, we have regionalized such factors to account for the differences across the world in terms of material carbon intensity to reflect the variety of supply chains and production systems across the world. The result is a harmonized database of replacement carbon values, which again is the environmental equivalent of replacement costs. We have mapped our global exposure model with such replacement carbon values to get a total amount of carbon needed to replace the whole building stock, estimated as 102 gigaton of CO2 equivalent. We could also go into more details by looking at regions. East Asia is the one that is contributing the most. And this is not surprising because if we zoom at the country level, we can see, for instance, China alone has a replacement carbon value of around 33 gigaton of CO2 equivalent. Again, we can try to put this number into perspective by checking again. So China's 2023 carbon emissions due to the construction sector were around 2.7 gigaton of CO2 equivalent, which is around the 8% of the replacement value we have estimated, which is very well in line with current development trends in terms of new built area that year by year is constructed into the country. These enriched exposure models are then combined with vulnerability functions, as we have seen, which link ground shaking and building damage to repair actions. So for each repair actions needed, we have quantified the materials required and their corresponding embodied carbon factors. The result is a completely new data set of carbon-specific vulnerability functions, which covers more than 2,000 building types across reinforced concrete, steel, masonry, and timber systems. So combining all the models we have just seen, we could get the first seismic risk map in terms of average annual embodied carbon, which our model estimates an average annual carbon loss of around 17 million tons of CO2 equivalent. Again, we could go into more details by looking at the contributions of individual countries and see how rankings might change across different risk metrics. And again, the top 3 countries are Japan, China, and Turkey. In this case, what we could do is to put average annual losses into a life cycle perspective, coming back to what we were saying before. If we consider, for instance, a service life of an hypothetical building which is around 100 years, we can see many countries where the number gets very significant. For instance, in Ecuador, it could be over the 20% of the impact due to reconstruction or new construction. We can now move to the example for Hispaniola that we shared, adding the environmental dimension as well. We start by looking at the replacement carbon value, and we can immediately see that the Dominican Republic has a replacement carbon value which is more than 4 times higher than that of Haiti. And this is due to very high carbon-intense construction activity in the country of the Dominican Republic, also due to the building types that are more common in the Dominican Republic if compared to Haiti. A similar trend is also kept if we look at the average annual embodied carbon. But then if we check, for instance, the carbon loss ratios in the same way we check economic loss ratios, we can see the differences are not so significant. Until now, we have focused on probabilistic risk and average annual estimates, but we could, of course, use these models to get to measure carbon consequences of individual earthquake scenarios, which is what we did for replicating the 2010 Haiti earthquake. And we have estimated a carbon loss of 1.5 million tons of CO2 equivalent, which is very high compared to the size of the country. Indeed, I keep putting the numbers into perspective, but I feel it's very important to understand the amount of the numbers we are saying. It's equivalent to around 6 years of Haitian construction sector emissions. So that was a huge event for that country. now that we have seen the applications of our models today, and we're focusing on the consequences of this event as if they would happen today, we need to start questioning ourselves about the future. So how this impact might interact or affect future decarbonization pathways. And this brings me to the last example, for Ecuador. We can imagine Ecuador following a pathway which is compatible with the very ambitious target of limiting the temperature increase to the plus 1.5 degrees Celsius. If we assume this, we can see how yearly construction emissions in the country should decrease dramatically in the following years, reaching zero by 2065. This carbon budget do not include typically disaster-induced consequences. So we can make a simple comparison with the current estimate of average annual embodied carbon for the country of Ecuador. And we can see that the number at some point, the average annual embodied carbon is reaching the budget or even exceeding by 2055. So when we can understand from this that also when thinking about how risk will evolve in the future, which could result in an increase of impact as well. And when we consider future construction activity or renovation activities in the building stock, carbon budget and climate targets will be even more difficult to achieve. With this in mind, I will hand over to Alejandro Calderon, who will show future pathways for building exposure and how this will affect seismic risk. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Martina, for the kind introduction. So I'm heading into my presentation, which is about future risk and urban expansion. The main topic of my presentation is forecasting the global exposure to earthquakes, safety and sustainability in future seismic risk assessments. So what do we mean by this safety and sustainability in future seismic risk assessments? So I would like to start the presentation with our global exposure map for these, with a focus on the region of Africa. And today, in terms of exposure, we know, thanks to our models, that Africa holds around 25% of the world's population. It has around 20% of the world's buildings. And now, thanks to Martina, we know that Africa holds around 10% of the global embodied carbon. So what if I wanted to bring the clock forward 40 years? So if I bring the clock forward 40 years, the UN medium estimate of population forecast for Africa is telling us that the population there will roughly double in size in the next 40 years. So what does this mean for us? Do we need to double the size of the buildings? Does that mean that we're going to double the amount of embodied carbon that we have there? On the climate side, the climate community, sustainability is the key concern as we move forward. So that is the main question. Can we expand the building stock and still remain within the carbon budget that we have established for ourselves? If you think about it, the same tension exists when we talk about seismic risk. So I'm now moving to a different map. This is our global fatalities map for the region of Southeast Asia. So we saw from Peter, Asia, it's a high-risk region. For example, we have an estimate of average annual fatalities in Southeast Asia today, according to our models, above 300. What if we do the same for risk and we bring the clock forward 40 years? According to the UN population estimate, Southeast Asia will increase in population around 10–15%. So does that mean that we need to increase our average annual fatalities by 10–15%? For us, for the people in this room, our main concern right now is safety, actually. So when we think about it, this is the main question. Can we expand the building stock and still substantially reduce disaster mortality in a region that is that has such a high seismic hazard, right? So, and I'm using substantially reduced because that is exactly the vocabulary that the Senda framework uses. That is the mandate. So on one side, we have safety and sustainability. On the other side, we have safety concerns. We wanted to develop a methodology in which we could do risk assessments, future risk assessments, considering both components in tandem. So what we propose is a forecast framework. So the main goal of our framework is to develop the methods and tools that would allow us to project the forthcoming global exposure using GEM's global exposure model as the foundation, okay? And the features that we wanted are exactly that temporal resolution. So we have exposure datasets today for the whole globe. We want the same for the forthcoming decades. We also want those datasets to incorporate somehow everything that drives exposure growth. So changes in population, changes in the economy, changes in urbanization. And we want every output of this methodology to be OpenQuake ready. So we can use them for exposure and right away use them for risk assessments as well. We want them to be parameter ready and easy for testing risk mitigation strategies as well. So with those goals in mind, let's have a quick look at the forecasting workflow. So how do we forecast population? A common framework that is adopted by the UN is the cohort component method. The cohort component method is a basic accounting idea. It is basically telling us that if you want to make a forecast of the population 10 years from now, you need to understand your population today, add everything that contributes to having more population in the future, and remove everything that contributes to having less population in the future. So what adds, we call it population inflows. What removes, we call them population outflows. The key idea here, though, is that we don't do it for the whole population. We don't take the population and do it as a whole. We actually segregate the population in what is called cohorts or groups. So basically, you have to solve this accounting idea for all the cohorts. You consider all the cohorts, and now you have your forecast of population. Another key idea of the cohort component method is that it actually, everything that contributes in inflows and outflows comes in terms of rates. So you may have heard that fertility rates now are a big concern about the future population. The same happens with the outflows. So these ideas of segregating the population in groups and using rates in order to do forecasts is very powerful. Because if you want to do scenarios, it's as simple as plugging your rates. For example, let's say there's another global pandemic, you plug in your new mortality rate for a specific cohort, and now your forecasts have been updated. This is the backbone of our methodology. So the cohort component method works because population come in groups, right? But if you think about it, buildings come in groups too. In fact, on our side, we call them building classes. So in order to make these forecasts of buildings for the future, all you have to do is understand well your current building stock, account for everything that contributes to that building stock, adding more buildings, and account for everything that will remove buildings from your building stock. And then you close your balancing idea, and then you have your forecast of buildings. So I cannot go into detail into each one of these components, but I thought through an example, it might be even faster and more clear how this idea works. So let's imagine now an unsafe and unsustainable scenario for Istanbul, okay? So we want to forecast the building stock of Istanbul for the next 10 years. What do we have to do? We go to the GEM Foundation website. We understand that they have a global exposure model. This exposure model for Istanbul, for example, can give me the composition of the building classes today. We have trained a statistical model in which we provide all the drivers of urban growth, so all the population changes, the urbanization changes, the changes in the economy, and this gives us an inflow or an estimate of how many more buildings we're gonna need in the future, that demand for new housing in this 10-year gap. And it tells me, well, we need to add around 400,000 new buildings in Istanbul for the next 10 years. Because this is an unsafe and unsustainable scenario, basically, you will see that in this example, I'm adding still a lot of unreinforced masonry. I'm adding still a lot of low-quality reinforced concrete, because that's basically the common practice today. So we're just adding more construction in that way. In order to close the balance, I just need to retire some building stock that is getting old, is no longer usable, is no longer safe for housing, so I just remove it from my system and I close my accounting, and 10 years from now, you can see that in Istanbul, we will have a lot more buildings, but the story is pretty much the same. Nothing has changed dramatically, right? Now let me go through a safer, more sustainable scenario for Istanbul. In this time around, I'm gonna do a couple of things different. The first thing I'm gonna do different is I'm gonna invest a little bit in demolishing a little bit of a low quality building class, and I'm going to upgrade it. Basically, I'm thinking about retrofitting. So I'm improving a particular part of my current building stock. The second thing I'm gonna do different is all the new construction that is coming in, it will have to be code compliant. No more unreinforced masonry, no more Adobe construction. That means that my building inflows are coming in and they're full code compliant. The last thing I'm gonna do is invest a little bit more to make sure that my current building stock doesn't decay as fast, is well maintained, and it can remain with us for a longer period of time. So when you do that and you close your balancing equation, you will see that on this safer, more sustainable scenario, we're gonna have a much different building class composition 10 years from now. In fact, you can see that the CR Plus or the high quality concrete in Istanbul actually becomes the most common building class 10 years from now, according to this scenario, okay? So these two examples were illustrative, right? Our method actually, if you want to do this at a global scale, you actually need coherent scenarios, coherent stories or narratives for the future, and they have to be global. And this is where the shared socioeconomic pathways come into play. So the SSPs are narratives that have been developed on the climate side community. So each SSP describes how the rest of this century is going to unfold in terms of changes in population, changes in the economy, changes in urbanization. And because those are precisely the variables that we trade our statistical models that tells us these building inflows, that means that we can link them directly to our building forecasts and still be aligned with the scenarios that have been proposed on the climate side. So I won't walk through how every parameter maps into the parameters that in our models, but at least I can tell you in terms of the levers we just discussed, how each SSP scenario plugs into building inflows, building outflows, retrofitting, governance, and the things that I've been talking about. So the first scenario that I will tell you about is business as usual, which right now I'm gonna rename building as usual within our context. So building as usual is a narrative where there is no major shift, okay? There is no major shift in population, in human development, in economic growth. What that means for our building inflows is that we're gonna see that the building stocks expands very similar to the historical trends that we have seen. Governance in this case is largely unchanged. That means that if in our models countries have building codes, new construction comes in and follows the building code. If a country doesn't have building code, like the case of Haiti that we saw, there is no trend there, there's no transition there, new construction doesn't follow the code. And basically there is very little investment into making sure that our current building stock remains usable for a longer period of time. Contrasting this scenario, there is another scenario called sustainability on the shared socioeconomic pathways. Here I'm going to rename it safety and sustainability. So safety and sustainability, what they describe is a gradual transition, okay? So economic and human development improve relatively to today, and in our models, that's going to translate into more moderate building inflows. On top of that, there is strong governance. So building codes in our models become widely available and enforced. And everything that has to do with sustainability gets boosted, okay? So investing in our current building stock so it remains usable for a longer time, investing in our building stock so it's more energy efficient, all of that occurs more in the SSP1 or safety and sustainability scenario. The last scenario is called a rocky road by the climate community. On our side, I think we can call it a lack of code. And the lack of code, think of it as an inverse of the SSP1. So population is much higher, building inflows are gonna be much higher, there's a high demand for construction. Most of this construction is gonna have to be new things that we build from the ground up. There is basically no investment in retrofitting, there's basically no investment into making sure that our current building stock remains usable. And in terms of governance, there's no improvements. There is basically no improvements. So, just to show you how our forecasts really work by cohort or by building class, and to show you how they are really sensitive depending on the scenario that you are considering. What you're seeing here, I'm going to show you a very short animation, which is a forecast of the new construction that gets added in all the building classes pertaining to Adobe. Now, Adobe, as Victor told us in the morning, is a building class that is associated to high fatality rates, and it's actually driving fatalities in many regions of the world, like in South America. So here you can see how both scenarios play together side by side. On the left side, we have the safety and sustainability scenario, where you can see that we add more Adobe in the future. We're not saying Adobe is forbidding or stopped, but it's highly disencouraged, and because there's better controls, there's stronger governance, other building classes take a majority in the building class distribution. On a lack of code scenario, which is the one you're seeing on the right, that doesn't happen. Adobe keeps being a major type of construction in South America, and it just keeps driving the fatality rates, the level of risk that we see there today. This is the same type of animation, but for a different cohort or building class, which is the high-quality reinforced concrete. Once again, on the left, you have your safety and sustainability scenario, and on the right, you have the lack of code scenario. Here, you can see that a country like India, for example, transitions into using high-quality concrete from now on because building codes become widely available and enforced. On the other side, on the other scenario, it is not there today, so it won't be there in the future. There's really no transition into building better according to that scenario. Using this approach, when you do this for every cohort, for every country, at every decade, for every SSP, you obtain global exposure datasets that are ready to be used on the OpenQuake engine to move from exposure to risk. And this is exactly what we have achieved here. And here, I'm only showing you the same type of animation I saw before, but with all the cohorts added together. So what you're seeing is the total added construction in our SSP1 safety and sustainability scenario. So I cannot show you how the three scenarios play out. I cannot show you the global statistics for the three scenarios because it would be a huge discussion. But one interesting thing I can tell you is that Africa is the one region that outpaces growth in terms of buildings, population, in terms of embodied carbon. It outpaces all the regions that we have right now in the current building model as it is today in our global exposure model. So just to finish my presentation, I want to come back to the case of Hispaniola and discuss a little bit more how we can use this safety and sustainability framework now in order to do risk assessments. So thanks to Martina, we know that this event has the potential to release 1.5 million tons of equivalent CO2, right? I'm going to add that so that would be, let's say, our sustainability metric, and let me add a safety metric, which would be a human impact metric in terms of risk. So this event, if it were to happen today, it has the potential to displace 600,000 people. So what if we were to set for ourselves goals? Let's say on the safety side, I want to substantially reduce, like the Sendai framework says, I want to reduce at least by 15% the current risk metric that we have right now. And in terms of sustainability, I want to remain carbon neutral. I don't want events like this to keep eating up my carbon budget in the future. So let's start with the lack of code scenario. Then on the lack of code scenario, there's no way we're reaching our goals. There's a lot of new inflows, there's a lot of new construction, none of it is following the code. There is bad trends actually moving from light materials to heavy materials that are unreinforced. What does that mean on the safety side? We're always getting away from our goal. What does that mean in terms of sustainability? We're getting even farther away from our goal. If we move to building as usual scenario, it might seem that it's much better than the first one I discussed, but actually if you see on terms of safety, it takes the island at least 20 years to start making some progress towards a safety or a safer built environment. In terms of sustainability goals, we're still going always far away from it. It's only when we consider a safety and sustainable alternative where we manage to reach both goals. We manage to reach a safer built environment, and we managed to reach that sustainability neutrality. Why? Because we're tackling the problem from all sides. All new construction is code compliant. We're investing in the current building stock so it remains more usable. We're targeting specific building classes that are vulnerable to retrofit a little bit every year, and the end result is for us to be able to reach that carbon neutrality at least 40 years from now. So with that, I finished my presentation. That is just the last application I wanted to talk about. If you're interested about this, we have these global exposure datasets, and we want to use them to do global risk forecasts as well. And these are products that we're planning to release next year. So thank you very much. I think despite all these important achievements that we have discussed, we understand that there is still a lot of work to do, not just in my front, but on the fronts of the other colleagues that we have seen. So with that in mind, Vitor, I give you the session so we can close with some remarks about the future work that we still need to do.
Thank you, Ale. So obviously, Mo, Catarina, Ale, and Martina are presenting, that there's different works with different components, but the entire team helped a lot with all these various components. So if you don't mind, also for the rest of the team, okay? So thank you very much for that. So just to complete this circle that we have here, so what have we achieved by 2026? So we have now an updated exposure model and also updated vulnerability functions, as we've seen in the previous presentation. We have a set of updated seismic risk metrics. We have posters that all of you have in your goodie bags. There's also been updated now country profiles, which are already available online, and you can also explore from the various tools. And the repos, as Helen mentioned previously, have been updated, and some of them will continue being updated in the upcoming weeks and months. We have expanded the products, so this is quite different from what we've seen in 2023. Now we also have environmental impact and different metrics. We're also trying to dip our toes into different assets, so it's not just buildings, there's also infrastructure, and I hope we will continue to incorporate the impact of other, let's say, secondary perils, but still on the geohazard side. And finally, as we've seen with Ale, there's now also forecasting, so trying to understand the risk, not just the current risk, but also developing this framework that is going to allow us to design specific risk reduction metrics, which will allow us to reach certain goals in the upcoming decades. But beyond 2026, I just wanted to include here just some of these goals that we already have on the roadmap from GEM and also from conversations that we had with some of our partners. So we have this updated global seismic risk model, but I think now there's a lot of work that we need to do on the testing and validation. We have this framework, as I explained in my presentation, to repeat past events. We're also checking our probabilistic risk metrics, but we need some help from the people here in the room to continue testing this. So from doing specific events, past events, but also every time that there's an event, we run our rapid impact platform to understand if the models are predicting the losses that are being reported. So there's still a lot of work that needs to be done on the testing, validation, and calibration side. The other major release that we're going to have next year in June, okay, Ale, no pressure, but we need to have all of these products that we've seen here, but for different SSPs, okay, in different times in the future, okay? I would like very much to have a meeting with you in which we tell you, look, in 10 years, in 20 years, in 50 years, this is the ranking of the seismic risk that we expect for the various countries, depending on the SSPs. And hopefully, this is the measures that we need to do if we want at least to curve the trajectory of the seismic risk for the upcoming years. So this is definitely a product that we want to release in 12 months. As I mentioned previously, we have to expand the risk to other infrastructure, and maybe I will show this one right away. Also, the consideration of other geohazards. So we have already colleagues here, for example, from the global tsunami model. There's also other initiatives for other perils. I've talked already with some of you, for example, for fire following, but I would like very much that for the next big release that we have of the global seismic risk, we're able to tell you, this is the losses due to ground shaking, landslide, liquefaction, tsunami, and fire following. So we become, much more holistic than we are now, much more comprehensive. Because a lot of times when I'm looking at the country profiles for some of the countries, I'm even a little bit afraid, are we giving the wrong information? Because maybe the risk is much higher for certain countries, the coastal countries, the countries which are likely to suffer major liquefaction and tsunami, and we're not taking that into account. So the risk metrics might not be 100% adequate. And now moving to the last two components, which is a little bit more futuristic. The other part is that I think we cannot ignore AI, we cannot ignore big data, we cannot ignore this very interesting methods. I'm an editor for Earthquake Spectra and International Journal of Disaster Risk Reduction. Every week I process papers that are amazing, using these new technologies to try to predict risk, to try to understand, to try to collect more information about the built environment. I think GEM needs to be very careful to be on the front end, not to be left behind. And we've been doing a lot of research on this. We've been working with a lot of partners on this part. And I think there's massive potential, for example, to improve our global exposure model, make sure that it's dynamic, that it's constantly updated with some of this information that we have already out there. So I don't know, but maybe in 2030, we'll show you a global exposure model that is constantly updated based on some of this information that exists out there. And the final thing is actually something that we've been exploring is going a little bit beyond, just maps, just PDFs, okay, just figures of maps, but try to make sure that we have better ways to communicate risk. We have different audiences. Not all of the audiences are as technical as you here today, that I'm sure you can digest everything that is being presented in these presentations. But I think for other audiences, we need to make sure that some of this risk information is more intuitive. It's easier to understand. It's easier to understand these what-if scenarios. And I also invite you to go to one of the rooms on the right where we have already some preliminary technologies using augmented reality, virtual reality, and some interactive screen to explore the risk. But I think there's still plenty of work that needs to be done. I can tell you that we've been in dozens of risk projects in which we hold meetings at the end of the projects with local stakeholders, users, but sometimes I don't know if the full information, the full message is passed on to the local people. So I think obviously we have to be very focused on the scientific aspects, but also do better on the communication part. And with that, we close this circle, and thank you very much for your attention. So now we do have time for questions. If anybody has any questions about any of these presentations, even if it's not a question, but it's a comment, something that you would like to see in the future, something that was not so clear. Okay, we have Tegan over there. Do we have microphones? Can you go there? Yeah. Yeah. So we have a microphone over there, and Marco is going to help also with the microphone on this side.
I was just wondering if you could comment a little more on the fire following that you mentioned. If you have any, is there a beta version of it? Do you have any specific methodology you're hoping to implement?
Yeah, you went for the most complicated one. Thank you, Tegan. Yes, so fire following. So it's quite interesting, fire following, because until a few years ago, there was not a lot of models. There was a model for Japan, obviously because of some data from the past events. And then suddenly, after the Noto earthquake, I've seen at least 4 different models, okay? Fire following is very complex because we need a very high resolution on the exposure model, and it depends a lot on the materials. So for example, some of the past models that were calibrated with data from Japan, and I think also from the United States, where there's a lot of timber houses. So this is also why there was a massive concern about the fire following. So we do have a lot of ideas, and there is already models out there, very simplified models. Some of them, they simply calculate an amplification factor. So the direct losses are amplified depending on the type of construction, and also depending on the proximity of the buildings. I think now we actually have much more data about the fire falling from the Noto earthquake, but also from other earthquakes. I discussed already with, I think he's not here anymore, but I discussed with Carmen also some possibilities of using, again, some machine learning with some these detailed models, which we have information about the building footprints from overture foundations. And I think for countries where this might be extremely important, like the United States, like Canada, like Japan, where there's a lot of timber construction, this is definitely some approaches that we're going to be exploring. But if some of the people here in the room are aware of some interesting data that we can use to calibrate this model, please do share that with us. We'll obviously start with just a revision of all the models that exist. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. And then if we see that this is not holding, let's say, reliable results, then we'll try also to explore new models. Thank you, Tegan. Ekbal?
Thank you. Can you guys hear me? Is that working? Oh, I can still shout. It's okay.
Yeah, Ekbal, you can shout and then I'll repeat the question.
Yeah, okay. Oh, okay, here we go. Can I just first say that That was a beautifully choreographed set of talks. So that's well done to you and the team on that. It's really nice. I have lots of questions, but if I may, I can ask a two-parter. The first is around the embodied carbon. Is there an assumption in there that when a building gets reconstructed, it's reconstructed to what it was before? Can we make assumptions on that sustainability? We want, a lot of countries now have, we want to build things better than they were before.
Yeah, thanks for the question, because there was not enough time to talk about this actually, because we spent a lot of time to understand how buildings in our exposure model would be replaced to measure this replacement embodied carbon, which is so what we did for now, it was first to distinguish between across countries based on the income level, using the World Bank classification, saying that the middle high income will build back better, while low income countries will just continue building as they are used to. This translates into different assumptions on the replacement carbon value, which means, for instance, I'm making the easiest example with Adobe masonry structures, which in low-income country will still be replaced with Adobe, while in high-income countries will be replaced with reinforced masonry, for instance. So we are keeping the main material, but we are improving structural performances. So, of course, that is only one possible scenarios, but many assumptions can also be done. Thanks.
Thank you.
Again.
And the second one is for you, Vitor, and your comment around the very last thing you said around those cascading events. Something we've been trying to really get our heads around is, how, when do you end? When does the multi-hazard cascade finish? And so you're going to have to make that decision at some point. So when is the whole event set completed? And how you're planning to do that? And how an event set that looks like in 2026, the losses to an event set in 2066, with all the climatic and the social and the physical events that are going to be different.
Yeah. No, very good question again. So I think we have two components, right, in your question. One is obviously the earthquake sequences, and I know that the Azure team has been working already on this, also as part of some European projects, but that's probably something they will be able to include in the models. And even for this impact assessment that we do as part of this Aristotle project, we're not taking into account yet, the earthquake sequences, but it's something that we are changing our platform to be able to take this into account. The second part, maybe I can just mention that one of our students, Furkan, is also doing damage-dependent fragility functions as collaboration with Karim, from UCL. So we will also be able to take into account, this damage dependence on the vulnerability. Then, in terms of propagating to liquefaction and to landslides, and the fact that sometimes the buildings get, more fragile, and then we have the secondary. I know that it's sometimes complicated when to put a stop, and sometimes you look at how much the losses increased, and you're like, now it's 200% higher than that. So we have to be a little bit careful about that. But I think this is also why we are developing this validation framework that I was mentioning previously, in which, we have a lot of earthquake sequences in the past, so we can try to use those past earthquake sequences and see if our assumptions manage to replicate what was observed. Thank you. More questions?
Yes, very short. Thank you for the insightful presentation to the team. My question is to find out the relationship between liquefaction and seismicity. What is the possibility of liquefaction to occur in the absence of seismic activity? Thank you.
Liquefaction in the absence of seismic activity. So I would say that that's unlikely. I mean, we did notice that there are some places, for example, it was Lana doing a lot of these results, and we were validating the results a lot of times. I was telling Lana, it looks like we almost have no shaking, and still we have some liquefaction occurring. So it is true that there's some parts of the world that the soils are so saturated, and for example, the density of the soils, the VF30, is so low that even very little shaking causes liquefaction, at least numerically, with our models. But we are introducing some thresholds. So we look at some past events. For example, we use a lot, for example, the shake maps from the USGS to try to understand, what was the PGV, what was the ground shaking in some of these events, and what is the minimum shaking or the minimum PGV that we can have that might cause liquefaction. But I would say that, liquefaction, it's a very specific phenomenon, right? Where you need a certain duration, you need a certain level of energy in order for liquefaction to occur. So I don't think we would have, without the seismic activity. I think it's more the other way around. We need to be careful, not our models to overestimate the impact of liquefaction, and for that we try to put minimum thresholds. Thank you. Any final question? Okay. Helen, if there's no final question, please.
Can I have the mic? Yeah. Do you hear me? I don't know if yeah, it's working. So yeah, now it's the coffee break. We only have half an hour this afternoon. On tomorrow and on Thursday, we will have 1 hour in the afternoon for coffee, but half an hour. But we still have all of the PhD students' posters. It's the last time you're going to be able to see them. So please do go and have a look at their posters. We have the demos of GEM. We have, as Vitor mentioned, augmented reality, virtual reality. Those things will still be there on the other days. But the PhD students are only around with their posters today. So come, we'll be back here in half an hour. Thanks.
called Marmara earthquake scenarios, where direct instrumental records are not available. The equations are not separate from the workflow. There is control tree operation, combining ground motion prediction equation with optimized weight, measuring residual between recorded and predicted spectra, and estimating station time. In the demo, user can follow this step visually instead of only seeing final curves. The calibration engine compare candidate ground motion prediction equation ensembles, sampling strategies, and residual pattern. Station terms are estimated as partial bias after ground motion prediction equation calibration. Positive value indicate under prediction by the ground motion prediction equation, while negative value indicate over prediction. The station classification show how the correction improve consistency across stations.
Okay, we'll get everyone to take their seats. And I'll pass over to Lindsay Davis, who's going to moderate the next session. Lindsay.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Lindsay Davis from the U.S. Geological Survey. It's my pleasure to introduce the GEM Conference's keynote speaker. Luis Mixco is a seismologist at El Salvador's Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources, or MARN. Luis was awarded the 2025 GEM Outstanding Contribution Award in recognition of his role as an ambassador for Oakquake within Central America, his long-standing commitment to earthquake risk reduction, and the many ways in which he embodies GEM's core values of openness, collaboration, and public good. I've worked with Luis for several years through multiple institutions and projects, and he's one of the kindest people and most driven, passionate, and versatile professionals I know. Luis, I'll hand it over to you to talk about advancing seismic risk assessment in El Salvador. Thanks.
Well, hello, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the GEM team to this invitation. It's a real pleasure to be here and present how we are doing in El Salvador regarding to these seismic hazard assessments. So my talk today is titled From Global Models to Local Impact, Advancing in Seismic Risk Assessment El Salvador using the GEM tools. So rather than focusing on the methodology, I would like to show how the global seismic hazard and risk tools that are presented in this afternoon are being translated into practical national applications in El Salvador. So in the beginnings, to understand why this work matters, it is useful to know the context of my country, El Salvador, right? So even El Salvador, you know, this is Central America. El Salvador is a small country, but it has a very high seismic exposure and risk. Historically, we experience about one destructive earthquake per decade. And most damaging events are mainly concentrated in two main tectonic environments. There is active shallow cross and the subduction part. So this is clearly reflected in this, in the middle, this spatial density earthquakes map, which is strongly concentrated along, as you see, in the volcanic chain that called the El Salvador Fault Zone. And also, this is rather than this seismicity rather than being uniformly distributed across the territory. At the same time, our seismic network records around 10 records per day. There's one failed, other not, and the national exposure model includes more than 6 million people and over 2 million buildings, with major concentration in the capital city. So you know, we are a small country, we have a lot of people inside. So El Salvador provides a very relevant setting in which global seismic hazard products of risk can be tested, adapted, and also translated into practical national applications. So in that sense, as I mentioned here, El Salvador turns global seismic risk tools into a real national scale laboratory. So the next point I like to emphasize is that the global tools become locally useful when they support real decisions. So with the valuable GEM support, we have been following this workflow that you can see. This is the overview that connects this scientific modeling with practical decision making. So we began with the seismic hazard characterizations, and also with there are ground motion assessment, and also site effects related. And we move from there, we move for exposure and vulnerability, as you can see here. And later, we open this hazard and exposure analysis, the way for practical application in two main directions. First, in the seismic design support through Pracedes, this is the name of our application. And also a second one, this is emergency and preparedness response to rapid risk tools such as DAREMES. It's like a rapid loss estimation, at the same that here are mentioned. And more recently, with the help with GEM in this first project that we have from 2022 to the last year, and the name FORCE project, we have been extending this work toward additional components, including the earthquake induced liquefaction and landslides. And also we make some contribution to update the exposure, the database that we have already in this force, in this force project, and also to incorporate, this is an initial effort to incorporate this socioeconomic vulnerability in districts that we know that they are resolved with higher seismic risk. So let me begin with the hazard foundation. This is the first step in this workflow. And how to, here are 4 items. First of all, we put we made this probabilistic seismic hazard assessment, but also we focus more in the seismic source behavior, the strong motion information, because as Chris mentioned in the morning, we in El Salvador, we have this database of strong motion records, so we use that in order to characterize better, in a better way, the ground motion. So in the practical terms, we summarize in this the national hazard pattern. And second, the use of this strong motion data that calls RADES. That is only for El Salvador, and also there are another neighbor countries that we use this information. And again, we consider it mostly in the site effects because site conditions. So for that reason, we made this new map BF30 based characterization and with geotechnical inputs. And because you know that this is very important to highlight because in El Salvador, this is mostly has its soils a lot of volcanic soil. So we have to take in account this amplification. And fourth, all this translates into engineering-oriented outputs such as hazard curves, uniform hazards, and also the aggregation for all the country. Following a central part of hazard characterization was to have this coherent tectonic soil framework for El Salvador. This required integrating several components of seismicity that operate at different depths in scales, spatial scales. So first, as I mentioned, we consider the active shallow crust in the volcanic chain of our country. And also, we consider these profiles to understand what is the angle of this subduction in front of our coast in order to have the better characterization of the seismic catalog. Second, we develop a conceptual geometric framework for defining the main seismic source domains. So as I mentioned, we obtain active shallow crust, subduction, also other rise earthquakes that we have in our seismic catalog that can also contribute to the hazard. And well, all these elements were part of the methodology implemented in the previous project that called SICARA for the Caribbean and Central American countries. So that we did is to update with more information this source characterization. Now, a second key component is, as I already mentioned, is the site characterization. In El Salvador, this is especially important because, as I already mentioned, many sites have complex soil properties. You know, where very soft soils are like alternate with rock layers. So the amplification function has to be calculated specifically in some parts of El Salvador. So actually, previous earthquakes have shown that surface amplification at this size can be associated with damage. So it's very important for us. For that reason, in this project, well, before also, we compile and organize different types of field and geotechnical information, including microtremors, boreholes data, geotechnical logs, and representative soil rock samples. So based on this information, we developed this national BF30 that is different as the USGS present, and because we include this information of geology. So this is very important also to characterize the strong motion stations that we have. So this classification then provided the basis for this size response modeling, and we obtained these amplification functions, as you can see in the left part, in the bottom left part, for different site classes. We follow the same classes that US put in their codes. Then we only put that information, and we will obtain these seismic function amplifications. And well, later, I have a problem here. It's here. No. It's here. No, I think this one I have to go.
Which slide were you on?
It's here.
Yeah. 6?
Yes. Nice finish. Okay, thank you. Sorry for that. So after defining the hazard, we move to the exposure and vulnerability. So we begin with the support for GEM to spatial inputs such as land use, building footprints, classifications. And these are then organized through a building taxonomy, the same as the GEM use, that help us to define representative portfolios of the national building stock. So once the building classes are defined, we use fragility curves, and also we use global fragility curves and local, because we have derived some local fragility curves for a specific typology of construction types that we have in our country. So finally, representative building classes help ensure that the exposure model reflects both engineering and informal construction, because we have a lot of informal construction, and this increases the risk. So this part of the workflow is what turns map sets into risk-ready portfolios. Okay, so once the hazard and building portfolios are defined, the next step is to translate into this application that I mentioned. So this slide introduces two of the main tools we have developed for that purpose. The first one is Praceres. That is a platform that you can access. It's open source right now. Access to know what is the seismic hazard curve in a point of El Salvador, in the country, and also to obtain the design spectra, okay, following one design philosophy. And the second one, this is the right, is DAREMES. This is another platform. This is a rapid loss estimation dashboard, which focuses in to give to civil protection and all the other institutions that are in charge of these things to obtain or to present these rapid seismic risk metrics, okay, and emergency support. Together, this tool represents two complementary directions of implementation, one oriented to design related decisions in order to operational use for emergency preparedness. So in that sense, this stage marks an important transition in the workflow that I mentioned before to this decision-making application. So I will talk about Praceres, that, as I mentioned, is from hazard to engineering use. So this platform was developed to make seismic hazard resultant design more accessible and practical to the people that are designing in our country, because, you know, there are a lot of construction that are made with non-code regulations. So now in my country with my team, we are developing this information for the new constructions. They have to follow this platform, right? So Praceres is structured in two main models. This is the seismic hazard model and the design spectral model. So it's the same idea as US. That they follow in the AIC hazard tool and also USGS information put. So we made the same thing and put just latitude, longitude, and you can access to get the information, both the multi-period spectra and also the two-period spectra to make the new design of buildings. Also here in Praceres, we have this, well, this is the hazard model that you also put, you can click in a point and you obtain the seismic hazard curves and the uniform hazard spectrum. And there's a new one. This is a new improvement. Also, we have computed all the aggregation of these points in El Salvador, so you can have this model magnitude, the magnitude and distance for each point. In order to obtain, you know, it's important to gather this strong motion for different dynamic analysis for structures. And also we present the documentation and support that the people want to know what is the basis of this Praceres platform. So continue, this is DAREMES. Now this I call from scenarios to emergency support. But at the end it's a dashboard, a national dashboard. So this was developed within the FORCE project, as I mentioned, through collaboration with my institution in GEM. And so here we have these rapid risk metrics, and we put all the workflow that the GEM tools put in one script. And when we have a magnitude beyond, for example, the solution beyond 6.5, this running automatically. And we obtain in the background, this is running, if we obtain in one dashboard that is located in civil protection location, and they can see what are the metrics or what we are expecting for this earthquake. So it's very good. So, and also you can access through mobile access, and we can see different things also in a map. For example, the intensity, the instrumental intensity, the PGA distribution, and also spectral acceleration. So it's very important to have this information. Now the current work that we are ongoing in development is how to understand the ground failure evidence and the liquefaction. Okay. So we're working on ground failure components, especially liquefaction and earthquake-induced landslides. That was also an important part for this project with the collaboration of Lana, Todorovic, but now we try to update with more local data. A second line of work that is now we are going through that is that we want to update this exposure model that we have in the first project. For that, we are developing a survey-based instrument in order to gather all this information to 2024 census that we have already in our country. So we have work to do. And at the end, we have this new instrument, new approach that we have to, compute this socioeconomic vulnerability instrument for those districts that we have in country that result with higher risk. So we pick these districts, and we make like a survey in order to gather to the people that are in charge of this hazard to obtain information, and at the end can upgrade the analysis of the seismic risk. So, together these efforts reflect a transition from a strong initial risk framework toward a broadened and more integrated view of seismic risk in El Salvador. So I will talk briefly about each of them. So first of all is the ground failure, especially the liquefaction part. So in El Salvador, these effects are not secondary. Historical evidence shows that the major earthquakes, especially the 2001 earthquake that was 7.7 in front of the coast, produced in some part the liquefaction effects and also large slope failures. Based on that evidence, this work is very important for us. So in following the work that was made by the GEM team, we implemented national scale screening models for both hazards. So we obtained the same methodology, but we update with the local data that we have. For example, local data for meteorological part, and also for the landslide catalog that we have. So we put and we make another execution, we obtain this kind of maps. So for liquefaction, we evaluated the models Alstad 2022 and Todorovic. And for landslide, we evaluated the model of Nowiki-GC with this new local data. So far, the best performing option have been Todorovic in Silva for liquefaction and Nowiki-GC for landslides, especially for rapid post-earthquake screening. So at the end, we think now, because now we have all this information in our platform, we want to include these products into the dashboard in another model. But this is now working that we have to do in this month. The second one is this, as I mentioned, this initial effort of socioeconomic vulnerability. Our national seismic risk model provides a strong physical basis for understanding where earthquake impacts may be concentrated. However, the physical vulnerability that's already done doesn't fully explain why similar levels of shaking can produce very different consequences across territories. For that reason, we're developing this new instrument. This is survey-based instrument that we have, like using this. Here we present 5 models. I remember just 5 models in order to say, okay, so the identification of the people, basic knowledge and history that they know, what they know about the earthquakes, the economic dimension, also social dimension, and also institutional dimension. So it's very ambitious, I know, but this is the one thing that we are working right now with my colleagues in the socioeconomic part, but using the information that we obtain from the risk. To conclude my presentation, I would like to leave four main messages. First, the assessment of seismic hazard and risk working in El Salvador with support of GEM. Also, we have support a lot with the USGS in regarding to these design codes. Now we have the line to do our job, and has evolved, as an integrated workflow rather than a set of isolated products, because we put together and now we present to people to use this information. Now, It connects also to hazard characterization, exposure modeling, and practical application, and also the ongoing working that we are doing right now. The second one is the GEM tools have supported not only technical modeling, but also local implementation through national adaptation, because this is one thing that we like the most here with GEM, because it's open source and you can add all this information and you can execute, you can make a lot of iterations using our data. And third one is this operational value that, Pracedes and Daremes, this is our applications, show how these efforts can move from scientific results into practical use, supporting both engineering applications and emergency response. And the last one, the framework is continuing to expand toward a broader dimension of risk, including ground failure, socioeconomic vulnerability, and updated exposure based on new national data. So in our experience, global tools become most valuable when they are adapted to local needs and connected to real decision-making process. So that was my presentation. Thank you.
I think we have a couple minutes for questions, if anybody has questions for Luis.
Hi, thank you. Great presentation. One of the early slides you showed a seismic instrumentation network in El Salvador. And can you tell us a little bit about how dense that is and how available that data is for you after an earthquake, typically?
Yeah, good question. Well, for seismic station, we have already up to 106 stations, but for a strong motion station, we have only 60 stations. Yeah, the data now we only have internal, but the people can ask for them and we can share that information. So because they are, for example, when we work with GEM, we share this information through this flat file that Chris are mentioning in the beginning, in the morning. So also, if you want the raw data, you can ask to us and we can share to you. That's the way. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Luis, and we'll pass it over to Ian.
Thank you. Thanks, Lindsay. So we're now entering the last lap. How are you doing? Are you all right? It's quite warm out here. So I'm Ian Stewart. I'm from the advisory board, part of the advisory board, and I'm here to ignite you. This is the last session you've just got to kind of get through. And this is the way we've done this really is designed it as a really kind of short fire series of presentations that's going to showcase a lot of the work that's getting done in some of the demonstration areas. So what we've got is it's kind of like a Pachacucha presentation, that Japanese design presentation style. But whereas that was 20 slides in 20 seconds, this is much harder. The speakers have been given, they've been given 3 minutes per speaker and 6 slides. So knowing how well you people are at computational figuring out, you've got to let us 30 seconds per slide, and then we'll move on. So we've got a series of speakers, but let me actually bring them up. How would I need to escape from there? Just into here, is it?
Maybe.
And
I just want to add, not everyone followed the instructions, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So
There are some naughty people,
right.
that we'll get to. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Yeah. So let me just make this full size. So here's the speakers that we've got. We're going to go through them, but the first speaker, Wilfred, didn't get his visa, so he's going to do a kind of video. So let me bring Wilfred Jima's presentation up from Gebze Technical University.
Technical University, working with Istanbul Technical University. My demo presents reproducible ground motion prediction equation in some framework for synthetic ground motion simulation calibrated on the 2019 Silivri earthquake and transferred to historical Marmara scenarios. The key idea is to move from recorded spectra to station corrected, direction away, synthetic time history. This work starts from the Marmara region where down station active faults and historical event provide strong test case. The Silivri event is used as a calibration case because recorded spectra are available. The same calibrated workflow is then transferred to 25 historical Marmara earthquake scenarios where direct instrumental record are not available. The equations are not separate from the workflow. There is control tree operation, combining ground motion prediction equation with optimized weight, measuring the score between recorded and predicted spectra, and estimating station time. In the demo, users can follow this step visually instead of only seeing final curves. The calibration engine compares candidate ground motion prediction equation ensembles, sampling strategies, and residual pattern. Station time are estimated as partial bias after ground motion prediction equation calibration. Positive value indicate under prediction by the ground motion prediction equation, while negative value indicate over prediction. The station classification shows how the correction improves consistency across stations. After calibration, the framework produces direction away spectra and synthetic acceleration record. It compares recorded and simulated spectral acceleration in 5 directions, including the vertical direction. The before and after station time comparison show whether the horizontal correction improves spectral effect without fading important directionality. Finally, the Silivri calibrated workflow is applied to 25 historical Marmara scenarios. Because these events do not have direct record, the result is not claimed as direct validation. Instead, plausibility is checked for spectral amplitude, direction, distance, duration, energy, frequency content, and logically consistency. In the demo, user can pick an event or station, switch correction options, and compare output. Thank you for your attention, and I'm looking forward to see you at my demo station.
So obviously, Wilfred won't be around to do his demonstration one, but our kind of first speaker then, of the proper ones, is David Wald and Lindsay Davis, talking about the benefits of the new International Macroseismic Scale, IMS 25.
All right, I hope I got these right. You got 20 of my seconds right there.
No, this one goes. I think it goes.
Okay.
Okay. I don't want to steal from you.
Okay, game on. All right, benefits of the new macroseismic scale. I hope I got the slides right. I'm Dave Wald. I've overseen the development of the International Seismic Scale. Lindsay Davis here, also at USGS, is going to help implement this worldwide through GEM and other collaborators. I'll introduce you to the International Macroseismic Scale Working Group, and I want to thank Vitor and Mo for helping bring the word and spread training of the International Macroseismic Scale to Latin American and other countries. In summary, if I don't finish, the IMS Working Group just released the IMS scale. It's in print this week, hopefully. It supersedes the European Macroseismic Scale of 1998, and that's an advanced scale. It moves beyond modified Mercalli scale, which is what we use in the US and Canada. In the US and Canada, and hopefully New Zealand and potentially Australia, will be moving from MMI to the IMS scale. introducing you to the team that developed the scale. This is the originators of the EMS 98 scale. There hasn't been a more contentious group to meet in Potsdam since Stalin and Truman and who was it? Churchill met. But it's a great group. They have scores of years of experience with macroseismic scale, and we've now developed the IMS 98. So IMS is an adoption of EMS 98. It's very similar, but it's added some important issues. It's moving beyond European. It's going to be an international scale, obviously. The name is important. We've expanded the vulnerability table to include structures that are globally, not just in Europe. The earthquake-resistant design is much more fully characterized, and we've greatly expanded the photo examples and the vulnerability classes and damage grades, and we've added the notion of a national annex, and I'll explain that in a couple seconds. The important part of the scale that's changed is the lower part, where we've added a number of different structures and earthquake-resistant design descriptions, and for each of those we have a photo example, much expanded examples of both the vulnerability class and the damage grade with example descriptions of why those vulnerability classes and damage grades were chosen. And then lastly, the notion of a national annex, I'm getting ahead of myself here, is really important because each country can adopt the scale by developing an annex that describes the local building types, the vulnerability classes of those buildings, and add additional photos that are relevant to that country. You can add to specify dates of implementation of building codes, specify the damage surveys that are done and what kind of protocols are done in country, and really take ownership of the national implementation of the scale. And we hope to have GEM help with this training globally. So thank you.
And that was a neat move, putting the summary up very early on. So the next talk we've got is from Suksagar Shukla from the IIT in Mandi, talking about RAPID, which is a great title for a talk like this.
My name is Suksagar Shukla. I am a PhD research scholar at IIT Mandi. Here I'll be discussing rapid length. Basically, it's a tool for exposure model development and subsequent damage assessment. So the problem that it is dealing with, the unavailability of the exposure data in developing countries such as India, the high resolution exposure data is unavailable and the sources are quite outdated or they are very expensive and time consuming. Another one is the technology transfer gap. The frameworks that are available in the region that are either very code heavy or highly complex, so that are not available for the real stakeholders. So this is the application that I have developed. It is basically comprises of 4 modules. First one is the download. Here we are using Google with Street View images for the exposure model development. Here user can select the area and area selection validation information is available. It can select the search density, basically the subsequent distance between the consecutive panoramas, and can download the panorama, GSV panoramas. As the panoramas are the 3D projection of 3D images projected on a 2D surface, so there are distortions at the poles. So we are doing some post-processing on the panoramas. Then to separate the building portions from the obstructions and occlusions, we are detecting the building portions from the panoramas, and we are giving feasibility to the user to train their own model, or they can use our pre-trained model, a vision transformer that can classify building for them. After processing, there comes a classification. If the user has chosen a very less like height search density, that is the less subsequent panorama distance, so there can be the duplication, that is a single building is present in the subsequent panorama, so there can be the duplication, so it may lead to the overestimation of the exposure model. So we first doing the deduplication. After the deduplication, user can classify the building images. He or she can use the trained model in the module 3, or he can use my pre-trained model, which can classify 23 building classes based on the 4 exposure attributes. Then there are places like the suburban areas or the rural areas where the GSV data is not available. So there I have expanded this framework to include the video-based data as well, where with the help of a 360-degree camera, if it is mounted on the helmet, he can commute in the city and can gather the video-based data and can give that input to the pipeline and can get the exposure model. So after that, I have also included the risk assessment module, where currently we are doing the deterministic seismic hazard analysis. Sorry. So we are generating the ground motion fields at that particular location and then developing, calculating the probabilities of damage at portfolio level and at the asset level as well. So this is my application. I will be available at the live demo session in the morning tomorrow. You can come and we'll discuss in detail. Kindly come. Thank you.
A little bit of cheating going on there, I noticed that. So our next talk is Maximilian from Tompkin & Taylor, New Zealand, talking about the New Zealand liquefaction model. So I'll set you off. Happy?
Thanks, Ian. Yeah, I'm happy to be here. So we have from Tompkin & Taylor, James and Nathan and I, we've come all the way from New Zealand, and we're here to tell you a story, and that's the story of the Christchurch earthquakes and New Zealand's national liquefaction model. So what do you do as a nation when your second biggest city is hit by a series of earthquakes? During the earthquakes, the ground weakens, sand is boiling up from the earth, and it fills your streets, fills your gardens, fills your living room. Well, the kids are pretty happy because they got a new sandpit, but the reinsurance industry certainly isn't, and we've got a quote here from Swiss Re saying how liquefaction was significantly underestimated as a secondary hazard in these events. These events cost $40 billion as an estimate. So when we get to the next slide, I'll be able to show you some data about that. I will pause. Here we go. So this natural laboratory, which is Christchurch, we have on the left the observations of liquefaction during that 2010 Darfield event, shown in the red and the green, and you can see how highly correlated that is with the mean observed loss for dwellings on the right. And so that has two important things. One is that 55% of losses can be attributed to liquefaction during these events. But I think the important number, which is missing now, is that 15%, that was only across 15% of claims. And so liquefaction doesn't happen everywhere, but when it does, it can be pretty severe. So to answer the question about where it will happen next, the Natural Hazards Commission of New Zealand commissioned the New Zealand liquefaction model, and here's the design here. It's pulling in large amounts of data. We have 60,000 ground investigations, 150,000 groundwater measurements, a modular design to support multiple end use cases. So on the left, we're not just interested in loss modeling, but we want to inform land use planning. We want to make sure that we don't build any more in that 15% of buildings so that we can have that $20 billion in my back pocket. The second there is this response and recovery so that we can rapidly run this model after an event. So you can put in a new shake map from an event and get a response. We also support research, and you can put in different groundwater models. We've built a sea level rise model, and then we've missed the risk modeling, but that is a key component for the Natural Hazards Commission. To support research and other use cases, we've made this model open access. And as of 6 weeks ago, you can now access it at nzlm.com. You can drive around the model, download the technical reports, look at all of them, and then down the bottom right, there's a download button, and you can grab all those models and play around with them yourself. So that's our story. We're here now to listen, to learn, to understand how we can make this model better and how we can connect it better into the GEM framework so that everyone can take advantage of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxim. And so our next talk is from Michael Ewald, talking about the Swiss Re CatNet, a tool for natural hazard analysis. All right, Michael? Go yourself.
Thank you. I'm Michael Ewald. I did not follow the instructions. I cheated from the beginning because I'm a slow speaker. So I work for Swiss Re. I work at Cat Perils. At Cat Perils, we basically build the risk models for our internal usage, for our underwriters, for decision making. The tool we show tomorrow is from a different unit. It's not from Cat Perils, it's from Swiss Re Solutions. And these colleagues, they look at our clients, they look external of Swiss Re, and they ask them, what do you want, what do you need, what helps you when, before, or while you talk to us about risk transfer. And CatNet is basically the most well-known and widely used of these tools. And here it's explained in in Swiss resolution style what it is. But basically it's a platform, a web-based platform that brings together hazard information. So all sorts of natural hazards, not just earthquake, a lot about frequency perils, obviously, flood, wind, wildfire recently, and allows the clients to assess and visualize their risk at a given location. And when it says analyze, it's not assessment, right? It's not a model. It's not a quantitative tool. It doesn't give you expected loss, but it works with more simple metrics that clients can understand. So it works a lot with indices and stuff like that. And as you can see, that's the typical things that clients do with CutNet. So either they are interested in just any random location and want to understand to what perils is this location exposed and to what degree, right? And what is the driving peril at a given place? Very simple. The second thing is now I have a portfolio of such locations. I want to understand what are the driving locations across really, again, all the perils, right? And that's already a bit more tricky to say normally, and these graphs are really what our colleagues found out, what the clients want to see, right? Which is surprisingly simple. And the last thing is obviously, if an event happens, I want to see as quick as possible, am I affected? And now for you, why should you join us tomorrow and looking at this together? Because, I mean, first of all, it will be a bit of fun to explore these capabilities together and see what the risk is for, say, a given location and what is the difference of, say, flood and quake risk here at Zagreb and things like that. But you will also get an impression of how your data, for example, flows really to such an application that then somebody that you've never seen before uses and does a decision based on that. And it may give you also ideas how to design your own applications and help you. And yeah, see you tomorrow.
Fantastic. So our next speaker is Yuma Matsumoto, talking about development of the Japan Strong Motion Data Platform. Where's Yuma? Oh. No? I'll deliver. We'll just go through the slides and you can work out if you can. This is always an exercise. If you can follow a set of slides without someone telling you, then you know it's a very good presentation. So I'm just going to flick through them. I'm not going to wait for all of them. So we're not voting, but it'd be funny if this ended up as the best talk. Right. So can we have a round of applause for me pressing some buttons? Okay, so the next speaker is Naveen Raghu Ramalingan, talking about rapid tsunami inundation and risk modeling from machine learning and OpenQuake. And you're here. Fantastic.
I was going to use those 3 minutes to prepare, but I'm here. So this talk and this demo really builds on the work I did for my PhD with some really wonderful people, many of them in this room from INGV, NGI, but also GEM. And the main idea is to be able to take tsunami from scenarios that we look at, the images 2011, to the risk so that we can make decisions and to be able to do it in good time. And now I have to wait. So idea is to build machine learning models or emulators so that you can model them quick and run your risk analysis. Now, tsunamis are not just few scenarios. They're not handpicked. There are thousands of scenarios. Imagine you're picking scenarios from a regional probabilistic hazard model, and you have these subduction zones and lots of earthquakes happening all along the sea. And you're interested in modeling the risk from inundation of a tsunami in a city like Catania. So the experts advise you take like 53,550 simulations such that you can really understand the uncertainty, and you need to model this at 10-meter resolutions. How do you do this? Our benchmark is physics-based simulation in tsunamis. So you run these propagation and inundation models. The propagation model is cheap. You can run them coarse levels, and they can run pretty fast on our GPUs. On the other side, inundation is an expensive step. And on a high-grade GPU, this would probably take years if you had just one. So now I wait. I was too quick. So the idea is, can we use that physics-based simulation to really train our machine learning model and utilize those limited simulations that you can in your budget and be able to model the physics-based results, but with machine learning. So here is an example. Like instead of using all 53,000 events, here you use a limited set, say a 3%. You have about 1,500 events, maybe you have a budget and you can simulate this in about a month. And you use machine learning to simulate all the other remaining events, but not in a deterministic way, but also with all the uncertainty of the machine learning model. But the question is that we don't just want to match the inundation depth. For risk, you need to understand how that propagates and it'll affect your losses. So here's an example of integrating those results from machine learning into OpenQuake and being able to test how adding more information in training improves your loss results. So the question is if this works, and the idea is tomorrow or I think Thursday, if you visit me, you can try this for yourself. I have a demo here. You can really go look at the events, how they are predicted from the physics-based simulation or from my machine learning model. You can check that. You can look at how the losses are. You can really click on the buildings, turn them on, and see how it matches between machine learning and physics. And maybe you can help me answer, are these results trustworthy? Can you use them for hazard, for warning, for preparation, maybe for pricing? And thank you.
Excellent timing there. So next speaker is Dragos Toma Danila, talk about an OpenQuake-based rapid earthquake loss estimation. You ready? You're ready. You're here.
Okay, hands for presentation. Greetings everyone. I'm Dragos Toma Danila. I come from Romania, the National Institute for Physics. We are in charge of seismic monitoring in Romania, but also a lot of different products. Rapid earthquake loss estimation. We have a shake map functional since, I don't know, more than 15 years ago. We have already a rapid loss estimation system, but obviously working on the European seismic hazard and the risk model, we started using OpenQuake, and now we embedded it in real time. Of course, it works for scenarios, but also in real time. As a context, there is a clear necessity, and also what makes Romania special is this nest of earthquakes that you see over there is the Vrancea seismic area, intermediate depth earthquakes which can affect more than half of Romania, also neighboring countries, but we also have crustal earthquakes, and some of them were quite recently, so there is a clear interest also given the regional context, the 2023 Turkey earthquakes. I mentioned this earthquake because things also somehow change in Romania. Now we're thinking about a bit the opportunity maybe of an earthquake. The fact that also we were able to push for legal changes, and on the right side you can see the legal official procedure, basically what authorities expect from us to enable a rapid activation of county committees. And the big figure shows the octopus of the products we are generating. So keep in mind, we also have a functional earthquake early warning system. So OpenQuake is all along this change, different features. Some of the most important are the fact that we were able to integrate specific GMMs for that intermediate Vrancea source. Of course, we run different tests. We have custom values of VS30, F0, so we are able to improve also the seismic hazard model, but also we linked with exposure, we had different new data. This is an example that you're going to see during the live view, how all these GMMs link together and form, let's say, maybe a better map than it was previously done. Of course, here we need to talk about uncertainties, but remember, stakeholders don't really have such a lot of interest in uncertainty in all this talk, but they want clear procedures and products that enable, for example, what I've showed, the rapid estimation of emergency committees. We already use this system, for example, for the Seismic 2025 National Earthquake Exercise, and during my live demo, you will go to see an operational dashboard, very interactive with all these maps. And also we are pushing forward through 3, for example, important European projects, FASTER, Multicare, and Paratus. So we are also bringing the dimension of multi-hazard, multi-risk. Also we are making future population loss estimation and a lot of stuff that you are going to see at the live demo. And also I have a surprise, some VR glasses with some drone footage right from the center of Bucharest.
So our penultimate talk is from Barbara Borsi, talking about the Italian risk maps. So,
challenging, never done something like this,
here we
but
go.
by the way. Okay, I'm going to talk about IRMA, which is an IT tool, which is actually a platform, and IRMA stands for Italian Risk Map. That is a platform that we develop in Youth Center. Together with me, several people have been working, and the main names are reported in the slide. Actually, I'm going to tell very briefly what's the framework, why we did develop IRMA, which was actually to reply to a specific request that came from the Italian Department of Civil Protection. And I'm going to present a little bit the logic scheme that stay behind the tools that are available from IRMA. Each one of the tools deals with a specific asset exposed to risk, such as residential buildings, schools, hospitals, and churches. Why did we develop IRMA? Italy is one of the nations that take part to the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. And according to this framework, the Italian Department of Civil Protection, every 3 years, has got to submit a risk map to do a sort of risk assessment. Hence, they came to us to produce, together with the scientific community, a risk map that could be considered a knowledge by the whole scientific community. We started from the residential buildings, as the first tool was dedicated to the residential buildings. Then we integrated also schools and hospitals and also churches. There are several of them in Italy, something like 80,000 churches, huge number of churches. The logic framework that stay behind each one of the tool of IRMA is more or less this one. The rules to connect the vulnerability model with the exposure data are completely customizable, as well as are custom, the fragility curves, whereas the input, the hazard, and the local site amplification effect are not. The tools use OpenQuake as a calculation engine to compute risk and to compute damages. IRMA is a platform under several perspectives. Actually, it enables several researchers to share models, to share results, and the results in terms of seismic risk are obtained with a sort of common matrix so that the Italian Department of Civil Protection, which wanted this kind of development, can at the end compare results to combine them and thence to obtain results that can be considered a knowledge by the entire Italian scientific community. Tomorrow you can come and I can show you the platform, how it works a little bit if you are interested, and that's about it. Thank you.
Thanks. And we just need to do a slight reset here just for the very final one. Where it's this one, isn't it? There? Oh, yeah, this one, is it? Yes.
Yes.
We've noted that.
Yeah, no problem. I hope.
Oh, there's no timings on this. Okay.
Shall I go?
Yeah, go.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Filippo, and I'm from Paris. Well, I'm Italian. But at Paris-Saclay, what we are developing since 10 years is like the source to structure analysis. So we developed computational tools to try to embody all the possible phenomena within a huge computational tool. But of course, that takes a lot of time, and we also need a huge computational power. So those are some examples of Greek sites, Volvi on the corner on the bottom, and then Argostoli on the left top corner, and also some structural analysis with especially a focus on nuclear reactor buildings, because France, you know, reactor buildings are very fashionable and very useful, I would say. So the idea of our research is to try to replace entirely this, well, not entirely, but in a different time to try to replace those. And so first we created a vast, large
regional scale database of numerical simulated earthquakes, 0.5 Hertz, which is available in case you want to try it. And so then we replace the numerical solver with the neural operator that you can see, and tomorrow I'll try to explain you better how it works. But this is a very deep neural network that basically takes it as input the source position and characteristics and the geological features. And what it does is that in a click, it actually gives you the full 3D elastodynamic field at the surface. So you can see that compared to some standard simulations that would take few hours on a CPU clusters, well, that you have immediate response, immediate inference from the pre-trained neural operator. The cost of it will be, of course, at inference time, negligible. And we can do PSA, PSHA directly based on the fact that we can run the forward simulation as many times as we want for negligible costs. So we try to match the recorded PSA thanks to this fast sampler. And we try also to invert the source position and location thanks to this fast forward sampler, and finding not only the best source location and characteristics, but also the best geology. So next year we are running up a spin-off, so hopefully a startup. So I'll be happy to talk with you about the possible exchanges and also possible future perspectives of this business. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Filippo. And that brings us to the end. And I've just been really impressed with all of the kind of imagination and innovation in kind of pushing to the limits the rules of engagement we had. It shows how creative this sector is. So thank you for all the speakers. And please, these are lovely showcases of the kind of work that's going on out there in the demonstration area. So go and see them later today, or more likely tomorrow. But so I pass on to Helen. Thank you. Oh, can I have a round of applause for all the speakers?
So, let's find my slides from just one final message for everyone. You may remember from the emails and the agenda that we have, oh, no, that didn't work, a networking aperitivo this evening. And just wanted to make sure that you know where it is. So you can scan that, hopefully that will work, give you a Google map. If not, take down the address. It's very close. It's about a 10-minute walk from here. So we suggest maybe you remain here. We can go back outside. We can still look at the posters of the PhD students. We can join the demos. And then from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m., we expect you here. Now, I have been told, I know there's some Portuguese members of the audience that are quite interested in watching the football this evening at 7 p.m. We did check. There's no football actually in the bar area, but in the same building in the hotel downstairs there is. So you can keep coming back and forth and watching. Okay. So see you all at 6 p.m. Thanks, everyone. Bye.